Hello, my friends. Hello. My name is Peter, aka Commander Wacko. All of this is the Simstarr, and I'm glad that you are here today. The Simstarr is my 1.5 thousand pound motion simulator, mostly refurbished and modified by me. And today we are going to be playing Elite Dangerous and Open. Elite Dangerous is a flight simulator in the same vein as Microsoft Flight Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, where the goal is in the minutia of getting things to move. Today is special though, because we're going to be playing in open, and I'll get into a little bit more about that in a minute. But I hope that you guys had yourself a good week while I was away. '07 Crispies, '07 Kai, Aloha, '07 The Casual Nomad, '07 Entropapasm, '07 Heavy Duty, '07 Commander O's. Welcome, everybody. If you say hi, I will say hi back to you. Okay, so we are going to get into the flight simulation right away because while we were away, I didn't do much. I went and I parked my ship in another system, and I kept giving money. I gave $100 million away to charity, and now the controlling faction of the FEI, the FEI, likes me again, so I can actually go back to do Project Simstarr at the space station. And that's where we're going to go. Oh, why do we need to go back there now? Because I went there last night, and I owed them some money for whatever reason, and they arrested me, and they sent me to prison. So I am leaving from prison. Oh, oops.
Commander, if you reopen the commodities list at our current station, I will access its commodity prices and check for the best available commodities.
There we go. I am at prison, and we're 2 jumps away. So we're going to go fly over. We're going to look at our space station. What's up, RollTheRed? '07 Mervkins. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm not rich. I'm junk punk. That's right. Stop by to say hi before you leave work. Well, thanks, Red. Thank you. RollTheRed does all the music. I get a lot of people, more than I tell Red about, that ask me, what's this music, man? What are you playing, bro? It's almost always their stuff. Like our new intro song was done by them, and the old intro song was done by them. So thank Red for their help. '07 Jonathan, they say he's first time watcher. I'm sorry, a long time watcher, first time commenting. Welcome. Oh yeah, usually I do at least a little bit of ramble, but I feel like getting up in the air because we are playing in open, and I don't plan to do anything in open. I don't plan to have any combat, and that's kind of the point of today. Last week we were working to. Let me change all my settings. There we go. Scanner on. Now we can scan.
Body tour in this system has unidentified virus.
Last week we were talking about making a change to the background simulation.
Fuel scooping.
We didn't like the faction that was in charge because they're pro-slavery. They sell slaves on the station. So we were working. We were like, well, can we change it? And it turned out that yeah, we could. So we all started working together to lower their influence and raise our influence. While that was happening, we got raided by some elite enthusiasts, and they were like, oh, the only honorable way to do that is in open. And we're like, we don't want to do combat with anybody else. And they were like, you don't want to fight us? How dare you? I'll fight you over it. So they took it personally, and they started coming over into our system and fighting for the good guy, fighting for the bad guys. They literally said, oh, we would rather have slavery. So they are fighting for the right to own slaves on the Simstarr system. Now, this creates a bit of an awkward moment because I don't want to do any combat with anybody. That's why I'm not in open. I don't want to have a fight. And the whole reason they were doing it was to draw us out into having a battle. So something that would have gotten resolved on Wednesday shows up and they won. And I thought about it. I was like, oh, that sucks. I don't really want to do this. And so my decision was not to do it. I asked my crew to stop engaging, and we pulled out of the fight altogether. Some of them are live streamers as well, so I joined their stream in text, and I let them know that yeah, we're not into it. So we're pulling back, and some people have been battling, but for the most part, we haven't been working with it because we didn't want to have a full 70 battle. That war is still happening. They are still engaging back and forth over whether slavery should be on the station. We say no, slavery's wrong even in fiction, and they say, "Oh, what's wrong, noob? Get good." So that's basically how it is. As you can tell, I'm not a big fan of their position. I don't really even want to get into it all that much. I have to talk about it right now. I don't really want to get into it, but as far as I'm concerned, the war is over. You guys won. I hope you got what you wanted out of it, and we're going to move on. So that's what we did on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I immediately pivoted from doing this battle. You remember, we did a stop work on everything in the system. We did a stop work on it, and we said, okay, we're not gonna move on until these guys are out. And since other players have said it would be funny if they stayed, we went back to work. So we now have like 4 new structures here in the PCC. I'm sorry, the PCC. That's our system that we've colonized. We've already got 4 of them done, and there's like 2 more in construction right now. So that's what today is about. I'm going to switch over to the Panther Clipper, and I'm going to start delivering supplies over to our new system. And since these guys, the only like activism I'll do is that these guys said, "Oh, being an open is so much fun. The chances you'll be shot are so minute, and it's so much more rewarding. You should try it." Obviously, you can tell by my voice I don't believe them. I said, "Okay, fine." So I'm going to do it in open. So here I am with these guys still having a war in our system, still fighting to make sure slavery is a thing. I've switched over to open, and I'm just going to play like I normally do, an unshielded Panther Clipper. We'll see what happens. We'll see how much more enrichment I get out of playing it today. Can I fall off the Simstarr? Yes. Hold on, we're getting stopped for a scan. This is an NPC doing this. You can tell because I'm still fighting it. If it was a player, I would lose. Is it possible to fall off the Simstarr? Yes, but not like what you're thinking. This is very distracting, and this is Caspian. Did I lose? I can't tell. Huh. Wonder what happened to that guy. I know since I'm in open, I saw in the chat that you guys were like, "We will defend the commander." So maybe somebody pulled that guy out. Yeah, so going back to what Kai was saying, no, we did not run them out of the Dodec because other players decided slavery was funny. 07, Dragon Master, 07. Hey, Big Miner C. Sorry, it took me a second to get to you, 07. So, yeah, I was saying that getting knocked out of the Simstarr, even if I had no smoothing on and it was completely bucking like an actual Bronco, getting knocked out of the Simstarr would be difficult. Getting hurt on the Simstarr would be more likely because it is possible to throw me so far forward that my face touches this glass. So making it racked so hard that it can hurt me is possible, but of course I have it set so that's not a thing. When I said that you can kind of fall out of it, that's this. Here, I have an auto dock, so I'm gonna go ahead and use it. I have an auto dock because I've been playing offline recently.
Approval granted. Please make your way to landing pad 3.
Once or twice, if I'm not paying attention, if I'm tired, I'll forget to put it into rest mode, and I'll be in this high mode. And high mode is 5.5 feet off the ground from seat to the ground. It's about 4, but like I'm up here, man. I'm like 7 feet high, and I have turned. I'll do it this way. Like I'm not going to get out because I can't get out on this side, but I'll turn to get off and realize that I'm off the ground. And if I really wasn't paying attention and I stepped off, I could just fall a dangerous height, way more than a human being is supposed to fall. I'd fall 4 or 5 feet on a steel. So it is possible to get knocked off of it if I'm getting off of it in the first place. But as a general rule, it doesn't rock enough to knock me out. It just has enough to knock me out, if you follow. Being an open is like wearing a tux with tails and a top hat, carrying bags with money on them. In the Red Hook district in New York. Well, kind of. Except we're assuming that there are gankers out there, and the reason that I'm doing it is to prove that isn't what it's about. They are claiming that they're here to stop us from doing what we want to do, because of fairness. They want to teach us a lesson, right? They say that they don't want combat with us. They just want us to do things honorably. That is their claim. Except that I'm out here in open, and we all feel like I'm going to get ganked, don't we? We all feel like we're going to get shot down. I'm not doing anything in the system right now that would affect that CG, and I'm probably still going to get blown out of the sky today, or not. They might be able to restrain themselves, because I'm saying it on the stream. If it wobbles hard enough, it might flip you. No, well, it couldn't. It could rock me hard enough to be as dangerous as you're asking. But yeah, this is. Look at this one right here. This is as low as it can get, right? And then the other one can get the opposite high. So it can knock me all the way over like this, which I guess would be enough to knock me over, except that I'm in the center of gravity. So my center is always where it's supposed to be. So getting knocked out of it, unlikely. But I do have an amazing amount of reach. Thanks, Arik. Welcome. Co-pilot Arik is here today watching me fly around in open. It's a crazy setup. Oh, yes. It's a crazy setup and is relatively safe. I say relatively because you have to treat a machine like this with respect. If you don't treat it with respect, it's like a car. Cars are relatively safe, right? But if you don't treat it with respect, it's going to teach that respect to you the hard way. I have to launch again. I forgot my Panther Clipper is in our old station at Amos. So we are going to go over to Amos. We're going to get our Panther Clipper. And then, do we want to immediately start supplying our stuff? Or do I want to fly back here and start moving my flag back over here?
Landing gear retracted.
You're doing stuff to unlock engineer? Yeah, that's the grind.
Please exit the station safely and promptly.
You're going to have your Kestrel engineered for tomorrow? Yes, we should talk about that. So there is better news than other players deciding the way we play is no fun. There is other news because we are on the last day of this game as it currently is. From now on, we will be in an post-operations world. We'll be post-op. We'll be in a post-operations world, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays now, and I have been very much tempted today to do a special Tuesday stream. But there are two things stopping me. One is that I want to give Wagnard enough time. I really am not comfortable bugging him as much as I do. That's the guy that makes the telemetry work. And when they reboot the server tonight, I will lose telemetry until he gets the hooks in. So that's a good reason not to plan to be here. I can assume that there will be no telemetry for 24 hours, right? The second reason is the only reason I would really want to do it is because everybody would be so amped for operations, right? So do it for the gram, do it for the views, which is a good reason to do it. Don't get me wrong, but is there going to be such a big gathering for numbers on Tuesday that we will not also see on Wednesday? Is that going to be the case? Am I going to be stressing myself out a little bit? I got some other stuff I got to take care of. Am I going to be stressing myself out a little bit for something I can also get on Wednesday? I honestly don't know. I'm asking you guys. So let me know what you think. 07, you will never guess. 07, welcome. Yes, happy Monday. What build? What he's asking what kind of ship they're building. It's Schrodinger's Gank. They want to. People are there. The Gankers exist. It may or may not get them. Yeah, if they're watching the stream, I'm already making it clear that they're not really going to get much enjoyment. If they're not watching the stream, they're going to get maximum enjoyment because they'll blow me out of the sky, think it's funny, and move on. But we will see. Yeah, post your ships that you plan to build for operations. We have a channel just for that, so people can share their builds. Hey, I just got an email.
They tried to put hands on me, but I gave them the left right hoof.
Hey, stop trying to get my goat. Look, you made me miss my turn. People will want to see operations at lunch. You got to grab that demographic. Okay, I'll think about it. I mean, I actually have about 12 hours to think about it. because I put the stream up. I have to make the animated thumbnail. I have to make the stream scheduled on the YouTube side. We broadcast on both YouTube and Twitch, by the way. I have to do that. Let me make sure am I broadcasting on Twitch? Yeah. I have to make that decision by 11 o'clock tonight. So there is time to decide if that's what I want to do.
Join up today.
So yeah, I'm stressed because why are we always stressed? Because of money. I ain't got any. And I have to work extra shifts, which isn't a problem. I do gig delivery for a living. It usually pays okay. It gets the job done if we're careful. But in the summertime, a whole bunch of high school kids start signing into the apps. And when they do that, the offers go way, way down. So something I would normally get for $10, they'll offer it to me for $3, and I just don't take it. But then it makes it harder for me to make some scratch. So I'm under budget the last two and a half weeks. Well, basically since summer break started, I've been behind. So the way I'm going to fix it is I am going to once again go out every day. Luckily, I've got a holiday that always helps. I'm going to go out every single day. So we're going to end this stream. I'm going to go out and do some work. And then I would actually go to the gym after that, but I'm going to come back and mow the grass instead. I'm just going to do that every single day this month. So I've got that going on. But also we've got a reason to go down to the tax office for somebody else. And so it's a very stressful time. So, and if you got to go to the tax office, they want money. So that's what I've got going on in the background. I mention it because, if you see me a little extra titchy, that's going to be why. Tomorrow, you'll get new views and people are more generous during update launches. That's true. Yeah. I just, I worry about adding too much on, and it kind of makes me want to not do Wednesday. But I'm going to do Wednesday. So that makes it, do I want to do Tuesday as well? Probably. But you see I'm going back and forth. I'm oscillating between the two. I'll probably do it, but I won't make the decision right now. Unless you guys convince me. But I don't see you guys doing that. I don't see a big push for that. Okay, so we are back down at Ames. And we are going to switch to our Panther Clipper, the Trudeau, named after a friend of mine. Yeah, always think of your well-being first. Says you, GB. You've been thinking about your well-being first.
The
All right.
maximum jump range for this ship is
We are
47.85
in the Panther Clipper now. We're back from prison. Let's take a quick look at the war. I didn't even realize this option was here. Did you guys ever see this? Have you guys ever seen this icon right here that I've got highlighted before? Because I've actually never noticed it. This one. It just brings up the sensitive information. Controlling faction is empire. Primary economy is industrial. Active conflicts is war. We have high security. Population is 77.3 million. DACA reports 4. Operation Ida has 1-3, and the flotilla is 1-3. So, at some point today, they're going to wrap up this war. This is day 7 of 7. Thank you oh so much, people I don't know, who feel like they have a say in what I do. Thank you oh so much for turning this from a 4-day war to a 7-day war, but whatever. They'll probably claim it tonight. I'm not even sure why they missed a day, to be honest. It's been 4 days and they've been fighting for 4, but for whatever reason, they didn't get that. They didn't get 1. But today will be the deciding factor on it.
There's nothing to worry about.
07 intro pie possum. 07, welcome. I could do Thursday or Friday. Yeah, I could, but I that's the good money making days. Remember, it's hard to do gig delivery during the summer, so I've got to spare that time to hopefully do double shifts. We'll see how that goes. I'm a little bit ahead of the shorts now. I've got my next short scheduled. The one after that is almost done, so hopefully I'll be able to spare some time to do a double shift on Thursday and Friday. All right, so we are fully loaded. We've checked the status of the war. Local map. Thanks to the hard work of the crew, thanks to the hard work of Wernick, who has been the real architect of all this stuff. Thanks to him, we have built a system where almost everything we need is now being produced in system. What I mean by that is some of this stuff's going to need some steel, right? And well, let's start in space. Yeah. Maybe not. Hold on. Look for the ones that are under construction. Points of interest. Under construction. Okay. Let's see what these guys are saying. Looks like they have everything they need. Completed. Okay, that one's done. Well, you guys work fast. Okay, so here's the one that's in space. This is actually the Welcome Center, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I believe this is the Welcome Center that we're building. And it needs 32,000 tons of aluminum, 23,000 CMM composites, 43 steel, 28 titanium. That's it? Dang, you guys have been booking. Maybe there's more and I just don't see it. Okay.
I am the goat.
These guys
But
are trying
so
to get my
is
goat.
Project Simstarr.
If you guys are new, if you're a channel member on YouTube or you're a subscriber on Twitch at any level, you could try to get my goat. And today is a day to do it because my goat is right on the edge as far as me getting snippy and starting to yell at people. So if you want to try to get my goat, you can become a channel member and do so like they just said.
There's nothing to worry about. Jump point Delta reached. Awaiting
Servers are back on at noon for you and Project Simstarr. Servers are back on? Okay. You're not hyped for ops? We're hyped for ops. There's a couple of cool game mechanics I like. It's not on foot only. So there are, but you can also get a rope head if you want to get a rope head. Crispy's Autos did that on purpose. I'm going to do that joke every time. But there's a different animal you can give if you give them a pack pellet. Yeah, Murphy is saying not looking forward to it. I am because it's not just on foot. There's all kinds of stuff that we can be doing. I like the burning building experience, so I like that we can pull one up whenever we want to now. That's going to be fun.
Securing the perimeter.
Kai says he's not looking forward to operations. I know I'm rewording it. He says he's not looking for operations. He just likes new updates. So we can go in, see if it sucks, see if it's great, see if he can explore it, be the first. That's what he's excited about. The servers go on live at noon for us tomorrow for operations. And we start the show at 11. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. The list is limited to the number of available needs. It shows up to 10. Okay. Well, these guys need stuff that I like the look of. I'm not. I could go on the ground. That's what I wanted to look at. Did we want to land on the ground for our very first one? Orbital. Boy, that's a lot of orbital construction sites. Oh, it looks like it's all orbital. So we don't have much of a choice. So this orbital construction site right here, we like the look of. They need steel, titanium, and water. Oh, thank you for the gift subs.
5 subscriptions.
Let's see, who did that?
System sweep initiated.
Oh, Murphkins did that.
Holding the line.
And a hype train has started because of it.
Started.
Thank you for gifting some subs. Hey, you got Gabby on that list. She's now a subscriber. She gets to feed the ropette. Welcome, Dirty Steve 89. 24 minutes isn't late. 07 MJ 927 07. Welcome everybody. We just got a side train started, which I totally still know what that means, and we've gotten our task, and we're actually doing really well. We are 7 minutes. I'm sorry, we are 24 minutes in, and we're actually beginning what we're trying to begin today, which is very good for us. So let's just go to the commodities market and see if we've got any titanium or water here. Those are chemicals, foods, industrial materials, machinery, medicines, and metals. We do have titanium. How many? Well, it doesn't matter. It was more than 5,000, right? So we'll go and we'll get a full load, 12,000 1,242 into our holds. Go to
System sweep in operation.
local. Oh, did you just become a subscriber too, Taki? Did you get one? I didn't see. Hold on.
System sweep in operation.
Let me look. Temptation, Wolf, E and I. Oh no, you just are. Okay, cool. All right. So we've got 1,240 some, and we need 4,000 even of this titanium. So that works out really well. Let's set a course. Let's launch. No auto launcher on this bad boy.
All hands on standby. No need to worry. The Navy is
If you did, I believe it would put a star next to your name on my end. So.
system sweep initiated.
You're celebrating for Gabby. Yeah. On Gabby's birthday, we were having some fun just celebrating Gab's birthday, and we ended up doing a give us enough money, buy her enough gifts. Oh, there we go. Buy her enough gifts, and she will. Oh, what was that?
Peanut Butter joined the crew.
Well, thank you so much for joining the crew. Thank you for the prime, Peanut Butter. Welcome. Yeah, so we were just playing around. We were buying Gabby small gifts. We were giving her tips directly, stuff like that. And I said, you know what? You give me enough of those. You meet the goal, and we'll have Gabby come out here and fly. And somebody ended up buying the pot. They wanted to see that so much. So Gabby came out here and flew with us. And I mention it now because I have that footage, but I don't have any I don't have any context for why she's flying the plane. So I'm telling the story now. Gabby put on her red beret and her streaming suit, and she came out and she learned to fly while we were doing a long-range travel. So the very first thing she's ever done in this game was scoop neutron stars. And she's pretty good at it, too. So happy birthday, Gabby, and I hope they pay you to come back.
Waypoint reached. Scanning.
Oh, you know what? I'm a little behind today. Thank you, Peanut Butter, for the rhyme sub. I can still give a dance in a special song for each person who gives me even a little bit of money. I like what I do. I have changed, by the way. I made a change. Gentle Berserker activated a reward that I didn't remember I put over on Twitch, which was for like 3,000 channel points, which you get for free. I would go into singing mode for 3 minutes, for 5 minutes, but I didn't much like that. So I've changed it so that if you get enough points, I will sing you a custom song like you just saw. I'm offering that to you because that's something you could do for free. If you're just watching on the Twitch side, if that's all you're doing, you can earn enough points to buy a song.
They tried to put hands on me, but I gave them the left right hoof.
You give them those hooks, Nibbler. Stop trying to get my goat, you guys. Hey, Nibbler's working again. Oh, he's just giving you the tips. If you put in a command he's not familiar with, he will explain to you what command you're probably looking for. Do I know Danzy News? No, I'm afraid I don't. It's possible I've seen them around, but I don't actually know them.
Landing gear deployed.
Hey, new member of the crew. Welcome, Finger
Thief joined the crew.
We'll sing all week. We'll sing all night. Why not? Thank you, Finger Thief, for joining the crew. You're an NCO on the YouTube side, so you get a whole bunch of stuff you want to do. We can wing up if we ever get around to it, but that's not my plan today. I've turned your thank you song into a list of things you can't do, but I'm glad you still joined the crew. Hey, yo, Nibbler. That's right. How much to not sing? That's a good question. It would be a lot because people like it when I do it. Oh, 07, by the way, will you never guess? Oh, I said that already. Yes, I remember because I did start guessing when I saw your name. All right, so we are docked at the orbital. This is all it takes. They're just ready to accept our tributes. So we will give them some titanium. Oh, right. I could have chosen transfer all. I forgot. You can see how much I'm not doing this. So today's a good day to do all this stuff. All right, that's enough. That's enough. Hold on. Well, just let me. Just let me transfer all. Ah, yes, it will. Okay. Push it. Oh, confirm transfer. There we go. And done with our first one. Awesome. And we just got to go do that loop again. We know that Ames has got titanium, so let's just go back to Ames. Actually, it's Amos. I don't know why I'm always reading it backwards. Oh, it's very close by, too. I didn't realize that the first time. Nibbler, by the way, I made a short where I talked about Nibbler. And I said that I could make a flag if we wanted to. I actually made that flag, by the way. I didn't advertise or say it to anybody, so just letting you know I've done that. You know what? Nibbler hasn't said anything. Hold on. Let me check something. Okay, Nibbler should be talking. I'm not sure why he's not. Hello, Emmy Dingus. Welcome. Yeah, we're hauling today for our own system. We are trying to maximize what this system can do. So we are delivering stuff to our own thing. We are doing so in open. So if there are people in our system, they're going to see me flying around.
3, 2, 1.
Although I might log out and log back in because I know in a private instance, it can sometimes be an issue with getting the servers to synchronize. So I may not be showing, which would defeat the whole purpose of what I'm doing right now. The reason people are in this system in the first place, the reason that they're here to defend slavery, to teach us a lesson, is because I said I don't do PvP, I don't like PvP, I have no interest in fighting other people. That's why we play in our own instance. That's what I said. I said I don't want to do it. So they said, oh, you don't want to do it, we'll make you do it. That'll teach you a lesson. Seriously, that's what's happening. And when I said that, it just so happens that the day they started winning the war was the day that particular clip was released, which created an interesting kind of time loop, because I got a couple of people responding to that short as if that was my response to them accessing our system. They were like, oh, well, you know, we wouldn't be doing it if you didn't hide behind clothes. But the thing was, the reason they were there was because of that rant. So that me saying I don't like combat is what brought them here, and then their comments were, we're only here because you said this. No. They acted, we're only here because you need to play an open. They were acting like my initial action was my response to their action, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not doing a very good job explaining that. I just think that's kind of fun, that they came here because of my response to not come here. And then when they saw it a second time, didn't realize it and thought I was talking about them. There, that makes sense. Yeah. I also noticed something bad, a bad trend. Hey, I'm going to land with 100% hull. How about that? I also noticed a bad trend was that particular one, I was being a little bit snarky, and that did get more views. And I'm like, oh, the temptation to rant instead of be chill is strong if they pay you, you know?
Confirmed contact, ground crew dispatched.
I'm not showing you were right behind me. No, I didn't notice. So you saw me, you were in open and you saw me. That's all I need. I don't have to reboot then. Right. That's why I brought it up. They thought I was cheating the background simulation, which I understand that's what they think, but they came here and they started manipulating the system in a way we didn't want successfully. They're actually winning the battle without ever having to do any combat. So the way that they say it's an inherently PvP thing and doing it anything but open is dishonorable is obviously untrue, because if it were, we wouldn't be asking them to stop, would we? So it's just that's again a bit of a logic loop. Now I understand that they are doing it in open and they can't battle us directly, so I don't blame them for doing it the way we're doing it. I'm just saying that the way we're doing it is a legitimate way to do it, because they have every opportunity to stop us. Just because they can't shoot at me doesn't mean they can't stop me. The way they're playing the game the way they want to play it, and they're winning. So that means that their argument that we're playing it in a way that's unfair is just untrue. It is visibly untrue. It's provably untrue. It's happening untrue right now as we're talking. Well, yeah, don't send emails to the wrong person. PvP is pretty lame. Well, I won't say it's lame. It's just not. It's not for me. 07 Kernish, by the way. Is the Flota, the FEI, going to get tossed out of our system soon? No. Today is the last day, and the other side is winning the war. So at some point today, around like 5 o'clock, maybe as soon as 2 o'clock, it will be over and they will have won. And then slavery will be legal on the Project Simstarr station, and there will be nothing we can do about it. All right, so we are looking for metal. We are looking for titanium. There it is. And we would like another big heaping stack of titanium, please.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I need to change. I need to take a look and see if I should make a small adjustment, because I'm probably using a Guardian frameshift booster, and I can replace that right here at this station. I'm an open and verified visible. Okay, good.
Sounds like someone has something to hide.
Many years ago, you guys, in a previous century, he was saying he was having trouble sending emails. Many years ago in a previous century, when email was brand new, so we were talking 1997, I think it was. Somebody accidentally sent an email to all in the military. They sent it to the entire base, to every single person, from the lowest the lowest no rank on his sleeve airman, all the way up to the highest general. And it was a bunch of emojis. This is pre-emoji graphics, so this is text-based ANSI emojis of different kinds of poop you can do. And they sent it not to Andy, but to all, and every single person got that email. And then it's bad nowadays, but back then people didn't know. So they clicked reply all. Oh, that's so funny, bro. And sent that out to everyone. And that went on for about an hour until the base administrator was able to come in and just disable that guy's email. And the response we got back was pretty great. Hey, as you guys saw, an inappropriate email was sent. Flowers to the deceased airman would be appreciated. It's what they wrote.
Holding the line.
Okay, yeah, we do have room for 2 more racks. God, that was so long ago. That was back when
Commander,
printing an email was a
equip
legitimate
and
thing to
reopen
do.
outfitting once you have completed your module changes, in order for me to accurately track the
There will
status.
always be another possibility to start a war. True. When I exit Ames, I will see you. Okay, I'll keep an eye open.
This is a routine.
You were born when email was born. Really,
No
Crispies?
need to worry. The Navy is here.
Oh my God, are you serious? Crispy says he heard that story. He heard that story because he was in the Air Force his dad was in the Air Force at the time and got that email. Oh my God, was that? I'm pretty sure maybe it just happened twice. That was Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama. I'm pretty sure they didn't send it to everyone in the Air Force, but it's possible they did. Why not run a 4H Guardian frameshift booster? Because I didn't want to lose that extra bit of tonnage. The difference between having a Guardian frameshift booster and not having one at the lowest level is like 6 jumps. The difference between having it on a Panther and like the highest level is like 10 jumps. And I was like, okay, I will balance between having more cargo and having a reasonable amount of jumping distance. That's why I set it up that way.
System sweep initiated.
That is so funny that you knew that story, Crispies. That's great. If we get them out, it will be hard. Right now, whoever wins the war gets all the influence from the recent construction. Oh, yeah, that's true. So I gave up. I'm like, if they win, they win. That's fine.
No need to worry. The Navy is here.
Your dad just confirmed he got those all the time. Older than Google game, rise up. Dude, I still have an AOL email address. I still have one. I still use it.
Securing the perimeter.
People used to make fun of me of it, but I'm like, no, it's 3 letters long. That's why I keep it. AOL.com. It's easier to type. The Panther is not bad without the FSD booster. I don't know, man. Sometimes I have to jump 17 jumps to get somewhere. And with the booster, it turns it down into like 10 jumps. So that's why I have one. But we're good. We've added some more non-engineered cargo bays. Oh, it turns out, by the way, one of the rewards you can get from doing operations is engineered cargo bays. So that's a cool way to give us this new thing and still keep it a little bit controlled. I like that.
All hands on standby.
We want commodities markets. And let's see how many more I added. It's like 4.
Axe ready. No hostile sighted. All hands on
18. That's actually not bad. So we added 18 to our capacity. So we're now at 1,262, which is excellent for being in system. You get 17 light years fully loaded on your Panther. Okay. Frontier.net was your first email. Well, that's fun. AOL.com wasn't even my first email, actually.
System sweep initiated.
So have you been anywhere yet? Where are you hauling in open? Also, the Guardian booster is incredibly high value for a loaded Panther Clipper, as it adds its light years to your jump range, regardless of load. Right. Yeah, that's why I like having it. I find it evens it out a little bit, makes it all reasonable. But I don't need it today because I'm not jumping anywhere. We are within our own system. To answer your question, where? They are here. I have not gotten any updates. I've not gotten any updates from Nibbler. What's up with that? Let me take a look. Did I disable something by mistake?
System sweep in operation.
Ah, yes, that's what I did.
Sending your landing pad now.
But-
You go home now.
I see what I did. Okay. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. All right. Hold on, guys. 1 second. There we go. I changed something about Nibbler's messaging system. He sends me reminders that are actually useful to me throughout the show, and I made a change that I didn't do 100% correctly. So I've turned on the old system so he can start reminding me to do stuff again.
Securing the perimeter.
Oh, right. I forgot. I almost just hit you. Hold on. Let me turn flight assist off and open and encounter another player. Let's go. Sorry, man. I forgot that you were flying around. I keep thinking everybody in here is an NPC.
Control waypoint reached.
There you are. Hold on.
Scanning.
Commander Anthropasium. Okay. You were flying a federal Corvette.
This is a
Are you one of the guys that have been messing with our system and making slavery legal again?
Scanning.
Deploying hard points.
Green.
D scanner.
Federal Corvette.
Whoa. wrong. What do you think about that?
Jump point Delta reached. Awaiting further orders.
Even playing on a private system has been broadcast to everyone. One more point is not cheesing BG. Right? Yeah, I don't want to talk about it all the whole show. You were right. I'm just disappointed in the opposition that they decided to do this because all they really want is combat. That's all they really want. They want PvP, and they're trying to force it on people who don't want it. That is just the end of the day. That is what they're doing, and I'm making another request for them to stop. You switched to Gmail and had to add a middle initial, and the guy who got the Gmail was the same as my Frontier. Some of the high ups at MTV finally emailed my dad back. Stop emailing me. That's funny.
Jump point Delta reached. Awaiting further orders.
I didn't tell the story properly. Your name is very similar to someone else's when you switched to Gmail. People kept sending him your emails, and since you were a kid, they were sending you good job, son, emails, and he's like, please stop emailing me. You've been building my system? Oh, thank you.
Jump
Fighting in the war? Oh, that's nice of you.
further orders.
Especially since you are Federation. No, I'm sorry, you are Empire, right? Oh, you have no faction. You're in a Federal Corvette. I'm just stupid.
Patrol waiting.
Recognize? Oh, you recognize him from Soaring Eagle and Gentle Berserker stream? Thank you. Here, I'll give you a nod. Yeah. Let me do it right. Let me do it plain style. Rock those wings. You gotta hope operations will solve some of the PvP issues. Well, operations is a cooperative thing. Even though they, again, I told myself, don't get too snarky, don't complain too much. Operations is coming out, and it's an inherently cooperative gameplay system because people don't really care for PvP, and the people that do are in the minority, which is fine. You're allowed to like things that other people don't like, but you are trying to force me into it, and I prefer you not to. I'm asking you not to, and by asking them not to, by saying I don't want you to do it, they heard that as an invite to come and do it. So what are you gonna do?
4, 3,
You didn't realize we were staring at each other that whole time? Yeah, that was a real person. There's my Nibbler updates. So yeah, as he was saying, he's just linking you guys to the cross posts. So I'm live on YouTube and I'm live on Twitch. He told the Twitch guys about YouTube. He told the YouTube guys about Twitch. Thank you, Nibbler. You're good wherever you're at, guys. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, that's what's cool about Elite. You can do what you like. I agree. Oh no, that's exactly the bait that they're looking for. Please don't attack me, or attack me, are both attack me messages. What are you gonna do? I'm in, in a way, I'm in open all the time anyway, right? Because I'm over here on the stream. I generally only play on the stream. You might see me sign into solo when I'm off camera, but that's really just me taking care of something I can take care of without the
Set
Simstarr.
down on landing pad
So
2.
I flew over to a nearby system, and I started paying off my debts to the FEA in a way that wouldn't affect their standing here. And I can do all that just from my editing PC with a keyboard and mouse. That's why my Caspian has an auto language, so I can make that trip easy.
landing gear deployed.
I should make a dedicated chip just for that. I realized it last night, but I haven't had the time to do so.
Taking damage.
Taking damage. And we're down.
Engines disengaged.
Well, that's another way they get you. So we're talking about don't goad them, right? But I can't say don't come here without that being an invite to come here. I can't say to come here without that being an invite to come here. So I can't say. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That's all right. I can't say he was saying in the chat we're 100% not mad. I can't say that either because let me try and see how believable it is. We are 100% not mad that they're here, right? There's always going to be some percent that we're not cool with it, but that's just how it is, you know. That's just the way they want to play, and I'm just going to keep leaning into the fact that you guys said you don't like PvP, you don't want to do it. We'll teach you a lesson and force you to do it. Is not the flex you think it is, and also you're fighting for slavery. Now, I've seen those guys on the stream. They're nice guys. I've talked to them on their own streams a couple of times via chat. I've dropped in on their streams, and their response is, "Oh yeah, we're not really fighting for slavery. We're just trying to make it interesting." We don't think it's interesting. We think it's annoying, but whatever. But you are fighting for slavery, so I won't lean into it too hard because, you know, it's not real. It's all fictional stuff. But you guys are the only reason you're doing this. The only reason we're doing it is to get slavery out of the system. And that means that you guys are fighting for slavery. Inherently, that's what you're doing.
2, 1, engage.
At the end of the day, the likelihood of people having positive interactions with Open will increase when good intentioned people play in Open. But I hear what you're saying. But before the stream started, there were people saying they were going to defend me. So we end up having to do that. We have to do combat if we're in Open, no matter what. And since we're not interested in it, I'm not interested in bringing people to my cause. I'm not interested in having that cause. Then my best option is not to play in Open. So saying that we need to play in Open does not increase the chance of a good interaction. It just increases, because you could always do that close. It increases the chances of a bad interaction more than a positive one. Because even if this game was 100% in Open, all it would change for me is that sometimes I would get ganked by a person. So let's say I didn't want to get ganked for whatever reason. I'd have to add shields to my ship. I'd have to add some kind of like chaff to my ship, bringing the weight down, making the deliveries longer. All of that just so I can please a guy I don't even want to play video games with. So I would be adding all of that to my ship and making this a little bit harder for myself, all for a guy I wish wasn't there at all. Or I can switch to a game that doesn't do that and it just says, oh yeah, we can be co-op, guy. You can join our server, we can be co-op. Oh, that's another point, by the way. If they think that fighting in the war enclosed is unfair, right? And they think the only legitimate and honorable way to do it is in Open, right? How come it didn't occur to them to say, we're going to go help you wrap this up. We're going to do it in Open to show you it's not a big deal. It did not even occur to them to join our side at all. Why is that? They're defending slavery, right? So why not just not defend slavery? If you're playing the game the way you want it to, and it has nothing to do with PvP and antagonizing other players, then why didn't you come here and join us in a co-op instead? What is the point? If it's not to keep slavery on the board, if you're not fighting for the Federation, what is the point of coming here? I mean, we all know what it is. It's antagonization and it's PvP of some kind. Even if it's just having me do an entire stream talking about it.
Watch who you side with.
Did you get the cargo racks from hauling a CG a while ago? Yes, every time they offered a CG with cargo racks, I tried to do it. I did miss one because the Panther Clipper was still behind a paywall, and I didn't have the money. So one time I lost them, but for the most part, I've gotten the bare minimum to get every enhanced cargo rack from the community events.
This is a routine patrol. There's nothing to worry about.
You've been lucky in Open. 99% of the people you came across in Open were friendly. Well, so far everybody's been friendly, so it's been all right. But yeah, I've never. Well, you might not know that you've encountered somebody friendly in Open because I didn't even know I was flying by another player just now.
Conducting experiment sequence A12.
Yeah, kill them with kindness. Exactly.
Acknowledged.
But you know, they're saying they're just trolls wanting contentious attention. Wanting attention, contentious attention is just another thing human beings want. So I get it. I just wish they weren't messing with me.
For hostiles.
A few people role play as merch. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, that's another thing we were doing. We were just having some fun role play, and they decided to come and just ruin it pretty much. Frontier Forum veterans. Okay.
System sweep in operation.
Yeah, I don't like reducing them down to trolls. You're right.
There's nothing.
They are trying to play the game they wish for. Yeah, that's why I'm like, no more power to you guys.
This is a routine.
But I feel strongly enough to not want to play that game that I went ahead and surrendered immediately after. I was just like, I have no interest in it. Good luck to you for doing it. And again, other people feel differently. Other people on our side feel differently, which is why we got enough points to win a day at all, was because they wanted to keep going. And that's fine. You guys can go do that. If they're coming out and drawing you out to a fight makes you want to challenge them, go ahead. My feeling on it is that I am challenging you because I said I didn't want to do it. So I feel like I'm rising to the challenge myself.
System sweep in operation.
Yeah, you might pass a lot of other players without knowing. You're only going to know the guys that engage with you.
Landing gear retracted.
Disengage from landing pad. Moderate speed on exit.
Yeah, we're a chill crew. We're a chill group with some bloodthirsty crew members.
No need to worry. The Navy is here.
I'd say the chances that we lose today are like probably 80%. Because they're watching the stream. They know there's a day. I'm saying it right now, and they probably won't be able to help themselves. The green screen is bugging out around the Simstar's edges. Yes, I know. I'm purposely not doing anything about it. That's a good thing to talk about. Give me a second.
Scanning for hostiles.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
You're not bloodthirsty. You're gentle as a bear. Uh-huh. You've never had a catchphrase like, it's trying to do the second part of my name. The gentle time is over. You've never said anything like that. Gentle Berserker. Why do you steal batteries you don't need, Taki? Oh, oops. I forgot to set the other place as my destination, so I just did a loop. But we're over here still talking about it because it does hurt my feelings a little bit. That we can't do what we want to do because other players, that not because it would be different if they were just like for the Horde and they were just protecting Federation assets. It would be different, but they're not. They're protecting slavery, and the only reason they're even protecting slavery is because we want it removed. That's no fun. So it's gonna keep coming up, but hopefully today will be the last day that we talk about it because we'll be sucked into operations. That is the want. Boy, I'm screwing up this approach left and right. There's only one other person on the system right now. How can you tell? Oh, Berserker literally means a guy wearing a shirt and guise of a bear. I did not know that. Berserker? Oh, sure. Shirt wearer. Okay. All right. Hold on. I've screwed this up somehow. One sec. I learned something interesting the other day. Everybody has Bigfoot stories, right? Bigfoot or Yeti or, whatever's local to you, which is a man-like creature that lives down in the woods. And at one point, there was a group, I forget which group, of I think it was Eastern Europe, but I could be wrong. Had the wild man instead of Bigfoot. And a wild man is a man that was born today. He's just a regular guy, but he carries a club and he's got long hair and a crazy look in his eye. And you could be like, "Oh man, did you see somebody got into our garbage?" Yeah, I think it was a wild man. It was a bear. You know, the same thing you do from Bigfoot. But that wild man holds a club, traditionally, like how the Grim Reaper holds a sight. The wild man held a club and was hairy and was wild in his eyes. And that zeitgeist, that idea, carried over once we started understanding that originally we were cavemen. We were primitive man, lived in caves as they worked it out. And when we draw cavemen, the reason we draw them with clubs is because we're referencing the wild man. Which I only learned recently. I did not know that before. You have night marchers in Hawaii, and they're real, of course. Of course. Here in the South, we've got chupacabra. You know, they're real too. They suck the blood out of goats. It's totally a real thing. Yeah, Mothman. I saw Mothman at Trader Vic's the other day. His wings were perfect. And Norway, a Mothman would be a troll. Oh, yes, a troll, yes. Living under bridges and stuff, yeah. Troll brother, I hail you. Okay. Around here, I guess we have Bigfoot. Bigfoot is the guy. I think people in the north would say we had skunk apes, but I've never, even though I lived in swamp, even though I was the skunk ape, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody call it that wasn't from the north in the first place. So I'm pretty sure we just have Bigfoot.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Who doesn't suck the blood out of goats? We're all chippy coppers in our heart. You discussed this with me yesterday, right? Oh yeah, you're talking about him, the PvP open play thing. Been a long time since Elite Drama. Yeah, I guess this is Elite Drama. Yeah, you're right about that. But again, I want to make it clear to those guys. I get where you're coming from. I just don't agree. One thing I definitely don't agree on is this only happens a couple of times, but when you get 1,000 comments, so you're going to get like 10 of these from different people, and they all say the same thing. They all say that the background simulation is inherently a player versus player activity, and it should not be allowed to affect people who are not in the open. They say that the people would not have the ability to defend themselves since you're in the background making changes and they can't do anything about it. And then I tell them the story of what's happening right now. I say, they're changing something without our will. We're enclosed, they're in open, and they're winning the war. They're winning, right? So the idea that it's inherently PvP might be true, but that it's inherently something that must be done in open is provably, demonstrably false. And they sometimes they concede, but most of the time they go no. Is that one of our players up there? So yeah, the idea that you must play in open or it's not fair is observably false, because if it wasn't, we'd be winning. We're losing that war. So the idea that we have to do it is just crazy. Maybe impact the multiplayer. Doing stuff in open should have more impact due to risk. I disagree. It's evenly balanced as it is right now. For one, it's a fact that this isn't a PvP game because we're not doing it. That's just a fact. And for another, they're winning. They're winning, guys. So the idea that they would need extra help or that it would be more fair if they could actually shoot at me is just not true. It's like it's not true in a way that's measurable by anyone in any way. That statement that it is inherently PvP and that it's dishonorable not to do it is just not true. Because if it was, we wouldn't be losing right now.
This station build is burning through resources fast.
Yeah, if it was, the game would be built differently. And now I'm only saying it because it's the best comparison. Star Citizen is open only, and I'm sure it is much more combat with other people oriented. You love how cold your dolphin is? Did you get a dolphin pet today? Or are you talking about the ship? Twitch is on an ad break right now. Oh, dang it, I did it again. I could have sworn I had chosen it. Ooh, temperatures are getting high in the cargo bay today. Right, I think we have 2 more trips for taking this, and then we'll go do something else to mix it up a little bit. We had dozens in our effort. How many of those guys? I'm not going to say it the way you're saying it because it's rude. That's what they said to us, and I don't agree. How many of their guys did the counter outfit? I want to say, kudos to them. I'm pretty sure it's a smaller number. I think there's about 6 dedicated guys that are spending about 14 hours a day doing it. Normal flying is 15% heat, cruise 25% heat. So, I mean, it's hot in here. It's, oh boy, 89 freedom units in here right now.
Frameshift drive charging.
Do you know what happens to the background simulation if you join the CZ on one side and then leave? No, I do not know. I think it's balanced to stop you from doing that. But you still have to do the effort, you know? What we're talking about now is min-maxing the system. That's not really what we wanted to do. We wanted to go fight in the Civil War and win. Oh, here's something I do like about that whole situation. In my life, a bunch of times we've gone to in real life, and the people going to war say, we'll have this wrapped up by Christmas. It'll take 3 weeks at the most. I have seen that for every war that I've been alive to see them announce. This is what Putin said when he started invading Ukraine, right? And I remember thinking, oh, no. That's not how that works. This the average war is 3 to 4 years. That's how long you're going to be dedicated to this. That's just how that is.
You will find landing.
And I was tickled pink that we were able to do a war in 4 days. I said, we'll have this wrapped up in 4 days. It's going to be great. And I remember thinking, oh, that's kind of fun that that's true. They've got an efficient war machine. So I am actually thrilled that I, after the story I just told you, said we'll have this wrapped up by the 4th of July. This will be an easy war. It's going to be great. And now it's more complicated and more dragged out. It will probably last for 4 years. That is actually happening to me, again, helps the role play, makes this thing sound pretty goddamn real. I love it. I absolutely love that that's the case. Because although this war will be over in 7 days, we live here. So we will, there's a cool down between battles. You can't have a battle a second immediately after. But we can sit here and undermine the Federation, and we can up the independent co-op and get a war going again and try this again in like 6 months. And if we lose again, we can do it again and again and again until we get it to switch. Because we live here. This is what we do. Eventually, we'll if we're purposely putting things that will hurt the influence of the system, it'll get together. So, yeah, my estimate now is that it's going to be a 4-year war, and that part is very funny to me. So good job on that one.
Ship is on the ground, engaging docking restraints. Take note, Commander. The Civil War is currently affecting the area. Watch who you side with.
I drug the war out. That's right.
This is a routine patrol. There's nothing.
Yeah, now there's a saga in our battle. That's true. But I do want to say again, the only reason we're doing it at all. Let's go and see if it's actually here. Oh, wait, this is IDA owned. We'll do it next time. The only reason that we're doing it at all is that we don't want slavery to be commodities market, Project Simstarr, slavery, right? We don't want that. That's what we're trying to remove. That's the only reason we really care.
System sweep initiated.
Going wider, it would be nice to say that we're an independent co-op, that we told the corporations they could work with us within regulation, and we started running a co-op where everybody shares in the profits here. That would be nice, but it's okay that we haven't had that, because I could just say that, right? I can still get the message out that way. But I don't want the slavery listed. So that's why I would hope that if they are playing today and they are listening today, they understand that they are supporting slavery, that's what they're fighting for. And I wish they would stop.
Landing gear retracted.
I did try to bribe one of them. I said I would send them one of my Bestagons kits. I said I will bribe you in real life if you join us. Because if you guys are mercenaries, right? If you guys are role-playing as mercenaries and you're just here for the drama, I got some drama for you. Turn on your guys. Join me, and I will give you a real-world reward. But that didn't sway him at all. Which, again, goes to my point. You're not trolls, per se, but you're not doing it for the reason you say you're doing it if you won't take my money to do it for me anyway. Oh, yeah, so somebody was asking a little bit about how this war works. We should talk about that a little bit, because it is interesting. At the very least, before they joined us, we learned enough about the background simulation that I feel more comfortable explaining it to you. Hold on. Why do I have to line with it a trajectory at all? I forgot to set my destination again, so I'm not sure what that was about. Anyway, so in the background simulation, there are different factions that are basically procedurally created. At one point, players could do it, but they eliminated that a long time ago. So even though there are 2-player factions in our system, they're not really related to players. They're just the factions that were nearby, right? Follow me? So those factions have 2 things: your reputation with them and their influence in the system. And the one with the highest influence controls the system. And then on a micro level, the one with the highest influence controls the station, right? So the Federation, without the Weaving Princess Duval, controls the... is this different looking than it was before? I feel like it's bigger. They have an influence score, and what we did was we did jobs for one and failed jobs for another. And I think this is very, very clever on the game mechanic side. I tipped my beret to FDev for making it. We made sure that deliveries that were promised by the IDA got through, and deliveries that were promised by the FEI did not. So that's some real world stuff. Politics aside, we had some collisions happen in at the airport when the president took office, and we blamed him for it. Everybody was really upset that the FAA seems to have dipped in quality. That is actually what we're doing to the FEI. We're saying, listen, they said they would deliver you on time to this other solar system, and then they did not. It didn't happen. They failed you. They're dangerous, and they should not be in charge of your governance. That's the message we actually delivered, and that's the same thing that happened in real life. Oh, we gotta put the wheels down. Down. Thank you for the following, Makashi Games. Welcome. Well, thanks for coming. 07 to you. Fly safe and drive safe yourself. Yeah, this thing is bigger than it was before. That's neat. So anyway, you can actually do that by affecting their status. And they only need 230 and 23. Awesome. We did it, you guys. Get my bearings here. So there are all kinds of ways you can undermine a system. And then once somebody's influence grows enough and their influence shrinks enough and they meet in the middle, it goes into a state of warfare. Now, that doesn't actually have to be war. That could it could sort itself out in other ways, because sometimes that happens when the players aren't paying attention. So sometimes it'll go into war no matter what you do. In this case, it went to war and we wanted it to. So the first time we actually won, It was us versus a corporation, and we kicked the corporation down a level, taking our third person in line to second in line. That is neat that you can do that. You can affect the simulation that way. And then let's say we did win, slavery would no longer be available on the station, and that is just a commodity. It's just a game. It's just a game mechanic with a controversial name on it. So instead of slavery, it could be beer, right? And if somebody was using that station to buy beer and sell it for profit, they can no longer do so. Or it'll have even bigger effects because they can no longer do so, so they go to another station, and that station's influence and reputation starts going up because they're successfully filling orders. It's like that. It's really neat.
Better appreciate all this heavy lifting. Travel in the lap of luxury with
Even now, divulging in exactly what we are doing is not private, allowing outsiders to make their own free will choice. That's correct. Welcome, James. You are correct on that. Okay, so we have. Let's take a look at the local map. Yeah, I guess other people were dropping it off as well, because we have dropped off all the titanium necessary. What's next is steel and water. That is rad. Let's take a look and see what anybody else needs. Does anybody else need some titanium?
My first asterisk plane. I think that guy is here now.
Okay, that one's already built. That one's built. These guys need titanium. They need a bunch of it. So we'll go drop off this titanium with this orbital station. That orbital station, by the way, is the Welcome Center. Project Simstarr, the station, is stuck in between the planet and the rings. Oh, hello. So you just been sitting there staring at me? Project Simstarr Station is between the planet and the rings. So since we were expanding this out to maximize its all of the systems it can have, we decided to make a welcome center. So this will be the something welcome center. We haven't decided on names yet. People who are contributing in the system get to decide the names. So Warnick will be the first person to name his system. I'm sorry, his station. We'll change the name from Ames to something else that he wants. But other people who have been contributing will be able to name a station or a ground system of their choice, with whatever they want it to be, with my approval. You know, if you want to call it the Dingus, I'm going to be like, I don't really want the Dingus in my my solar system. You imagine he's protecting me? Yeah, probably. He's probably waiting for somebody to attack me. We should probably do something that will make that happen. It is provoking. I am out here going, "Ooh, look at me!" But we should probably go somewhere else and open, like to Jameson or something, so that we can just kind of make the loop and prove to myself that it is possible to play an open without getting shot down. Because so far that hasn't really happened for me. But we've been at it for an hour and a half, and no one's killed me yet. But I do appreciate the protection. Thank you for coming along. And you guys have free will too. So if you want to get into a firefight, go ahead. I plan to not. If I get interdicted and pulled out by somebody who wants to kill me, I got no shields. I'll try to run away, but they'll almost certainly destroy me, since they're a real player and they know what they're doing. Yes, thank you, Nibbler. We are going to the Sim Gaming Expo this year. I am very much excited for that. The Sim Gaming Expo is September 18th through 20th, 2026. We are going, it looks more and more likely that Gabby is coming along with me. And it looks more and more likely that I'm going to be assisting running a booth. So not only will I be there, not only will I have some panels, not only will I be able to try all the new cool equipment that everybody's bringing with them. Not only that, but I will have a booth in which you will be able to find me if you want to come look. So that is very exciting, the Sim Gaming Expo. I just found out if you use code SGE15, you can save 15% if you want to buy tickets. We are on sale now. How about that for a promo? I'm getting better at it. Well, I don't want the other side to do what they're doing. I'm asking them to stop, but I'm also not holding a grudge about it. We're just having a disagreement in what is fair play. I mentioned it because if they're here watching us now, that's cool. If they want to shoot me, that's cool. I know I'm taking the fun out of it by saying if you shoot me, that's kind of lame, but free will, they can do it. Fancy doing the next CG together in open? Yeah, maybe. You guys seem to be interested in there actually being like open, right? Yeah, we could do that. Normally, I'm trying to get stuff done. Like the appearance I give and the life I live do not always match up. For example, some of those guys have said that I'm a big streamer, I'm a big name. I really am not. Take a look at the views that we're getting right now here on Twitch and on YouTube. It's not super high, guys. I am not pulling in big numbers. Voice Critical looked at me one time 3 months ago. It's not really like that. Now the shorts, which I would consider to be a different thing, the shorts are doing well, and sometimes those really pop off. But those pop off with non-elite guys, My point is that sometimes the people that are saying I'm a big streamer are literally getting better views than I am. That's all I'm saying. I just want to keep the context there. The other thing is time is important. They seem to think, a lot of people on and off the stream, sort of comments in the shorts, seem to think that I'm playing all the time and I never get out of the chair. I'm only in the chair when you see me, and you only see me 2 times a week. I play right now for 8 or 9 hours a week. That's it, no more. For no other reason than I don't have the time. I just don't have the time to do it. So usually the reason I'm rambling about this is usually time is too sensitive for me to play an open. Because like, let's say we're trying to complete a CG, you're trying to get the top 75% in deliveries. I actually need to make those deliveries because I only have 8 hours to do it before the CG is over. And I don't really have time to fight a bunch of dudes. I don't have the time. In real life to do that is usually what's happening there. Yeah, with operations, I'm in a good position. Yeah. If we're actually talking about like chasing clout, hold on, transfer all. I can learn how to do this. It's only my 4th time in a row. If we're actually talking about chasing clout, I think my first, since I started doing the Simstarr, I missed Star Wars Squadrons when it was new. God, could you imagine if I was doing this in 2020? Oh my God. But yeah, the next one that's coming up happens to be Star Wars as well. It's the pod racing game. The pod racer is looking pretty promising to work with my telemetry. That will be a brand new game, which might have me see more people. But I'm certainly not one of the top streamers in Elite, is all I'm trying to say. You're pulling into the top 10% of streamers. Oh, that's true. Most people don't get 1,000 followers. That is true. I will give you that. But I'm actually pulling those numbers not from streaming, but from YouTube Shorts. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm doing very well as a content creator for YouTube, in Insta and Facebook. In the vertical realm, my star is rising. But in the elite realm, it just isn't. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying keep the perspective that I am not a mover and shaker in elite. I'm just not. The Burr Pit and Galnet News are the leaders in that field, and I'm nowhere near them. I have nowhere near their reach. I mean, it's like astronomically different. Meanwhile, as far as the daily views, On content, I am doing well. I'm doing better than him in most times. But I'm not doing well in the elite category. I'm doing well in the motion simulator category, in which I am the only participant. There are others, but not on the daily YouTube Shorts line. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Hold on. Am I making sense to you? When I'm doing YouTube Shorts, I'm doing motion simulation YouTube Shorts, and those are doing very well. But if I break from that format, like when I did my own ad talking about the merch, or I do the one I did one recently where I just showed my Mandalorian short. What's a good one that is a good in between that I didn't it just did not do well? Oh, yeah, it was the flag. I wanted to show people that I discovered there was an easy way to render a waving flag. For me, that was a difficult thing to do. And now it's an easy thing to do, and I showed that off. Tanked. Barely got any movement at all. Nobody cared about that because I wasn't talking about the motion simulator. So if we're talking about motion simulation and sci-fi and being a spaceman, that's doing well. But if we're talking about specifically elite, no, I'm not. I'm not doing I'm starting to get into their orbits. Like I'm a duke, a kick-ass duke, while they're kings. You see the difference? So that's why I'm like just reminding you guys I'm not a big streamer. I'm just not. These numbers show it. Everybody's gotten this kind of number before when they're streaming elite. It's just normal streaming numbers. Gentle Berserker has surpassed me a couple of times. I got 18 people watching me on Twitch. I've seen him get 30. So we need to have a chat about Raxla. We are literally on different ends of the spectrum in terms of perspective on its difficulty. Yeah, I hear you. Let me make some of your argument for you. You're thinking that it is a more grand puzzle and that it's probably locked behind a permit system. Maybe it was you directly that made a very good argument that Raxla is in a permit lock system that can be unlocked by doing certain things. Like if you have one of each commodity and you get your rank up to 3 times elite. And you go to this system and honk in this way, it might unlock it. You made a good argument for it because I said it has to be a game mechanic that already exists. Permit log unlocks do happen. That is a thing. I kind of forgotten. I had been given a permit lock to a system that didn't mean anything to me. It was some system where the Knights Templar live or something like that. It just unlocked automatically, and I didn't know what it was about. So you're right. It could be behind a locked system and still fall within my mundane theory. I'm sorry if I'm putting words in your mouth. I have not fully investigated where I would even begin to do such a search. I still think that Raxla is a explorer mechanic. I think they chose it randomly, and you have to go find it. It's a needle in a haystack. If Raxla was locked locally, like you guys are thinking, why isn't there a thing that we know is out there, but we don't know where it is because there's 4 billion stars? What I'm suggesting is such a good idea, such low effort on the development side, such high reward that it would exist. And Raxla fits that bill perfectly. I say Raxla, Atlantis, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So that's why I think it's in the bigger star systems. I think they chose a system, put it out there and said, go find it. I think most people who even maintain it don't know where it is because it's something like where we are now. We're in what's the full name of our system? It is COL 285 sector PZC B27-6. I doubt anybody memorized where it is. I think it's a big long name like that. Do you prefer people to watch on YouTube or Twitch? Honestly, I prefer people to watch on YouTube because I get paid more ad revenue, but then people on Twitch generally give me more tips. So if you're wanting to give me a tip, be on Twitch. If you want to just watch the show for free, be on YouTube. Possibly the starter permit in the starter systems. I feel you on that, except that I if that turned out to be the case, I would say shenanigans because you can't get to the starter systems. You can't. You can't get 3 times elite and then get to the starter system. So that would be cheating by my point of view. Yeah, don't forget to like and follow. Thank you, Crispies. Nibbler started late, so he's not going to remind us about that for some time. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream, you guys. We're doing okay with the likes today. Let's see, where are we at? Where are we at with those likes? More. 19 likes. We're a little behind on the likes today. The likes do help share the stream with other people. And clicking follow over on the Twitch side also helps in the same way.
This place is coming along.
Yeah, your view is too complex. Okay, so you're doing the more complex one, which yeah, you're right. We're opposed, but can see each other's point of view. If you're saying it's more complex than what I'm saying, then you're way outside of mundane theory, and we don't agree just because I believe it's mundane. But I have seen the evidence you're talking about. It is pretty compelling. Some of it, I haven't seen it all. You think the best one is called Huh? There's a system called Huh? Hold on. If I type that in, I'll find it. H. Huh. Well, that's fun. 7 jumps away in the Clipper? I've never been there before. I'm thinking it might be time to go to Huh.
We will reach our destination in 7 jumps. Commander.
As soon as I started talking about Twitch, an ad popped up and drowned me out. That's funny.
Commodity prices.
You hit like. Well, if you hit like, you get yourself a rope pad. I don't know if you just chose one, guy, but here you go. This is Kai's monster creature. Okay. So yeah, obviously I'm not ready to jump off and do more deliveries. I am very curious about the Han system. I've never been there before. You can tell because I don't have any system information. So we might jump over to
Still here.
real quick.
Still cloven-hoofed.
Oh, thank you so much, Warren. Thank you for trying to get my goat. What I'm doing on this little ramble here, what I'm trying to say is I think I'll step away, take a quick break, and be back in 2 minutes. And when we come back, I think I'll switch to the Kestrel. Because if I did it the Caspian, we'd instantly be there. I want to do a couple of jumps. So we'll switch to the Kestrel. We'll go check out Huh and just see what's in there, because I think it's kind of interesting. Is that just part of the ED map that you searched and set a route on? I think you're. Oh, right, Crispy's you're new. Yes. So yeah, you can type in any system you want up here. So like you might remember our old base before we set up one of our own was Yama. It was kind of chosen because it's easy to type in. Type in Yama, and it brings up everything that has Yama in it. If it's a station, it has to be a station you've been to before. But all the systems, like Yamari is there. Yamasan, there we go. So we select Yamasan, and it just takes us right to it, right? Boom, it's 9 jumps from here. If we type in, let's say, Beagle Point.
We will reach our destination in 9 jumps.
Yeah, there's Beagle Point.
Commander, if you reopen the commodity,
that's the farthest system from Earth.
I will access its commodity.
That's why I chose it.
Check for the best
Yeah, see, you can just type it in; it goes right to it. Right. I only like typing in systems that I have that are easy to type in. So if I type it in, BYEIA EAU, I'm gonna screw that up. That's why I'm not typing in one of those as an example. But yeah, you can just type in where you want to go and it pops right up.
Dropped off my shipment of life support modules. Hopefully,
I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Wernick. I do hope you can join us tomorrow. Some of the names of the systems and sectors are outright hilarious. I've never looked into it. I didn't know there was a Huh system. So I think that's interesting. Type them in the comments. This is not even a call to action, but obviously it helps. Type in interesting systems and we'll look at them when I come back. Give me 1 second. 2 minutes and 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Boy, it's hot out here. It is 90 freedom units out here. So I switched to the trunks, you guys. Hopefully you can hear me. I was just saying that it's hot out here, and so I have switched to the trunks. Grippers out, knees out. Some of you guys are in the knees, right? Okay. So Nibbler's reminding me to remind you that I'm also going to be at Dragon Con. So if you want to see me at Dragon Con, you can do so. Jenna Berserker says the I had sector is procedurally generated. So you start with I had and then any other 3-letter identifier. So you could do I had fun. And of course, any letter is there since there's so many stars. So you can do something that's similar to fun, but spelled differently. Reserve a space for you in the OPs. Oh yeah, that's for Jenna Berserker, right? Have I been ganked yet? No. Wow, white meat chicken legs. That's right. I'm a pale boy. I mentioned it earlier. You guys were talking about, I've got the white balance going on okay, but you guys were talking about the green screen looking a little off. I think you were talking about it here. That's a little flickery down there. Yes, it is. I have corrected it as much as I can, but I'm purposely leaving this and that alone because I am getting some more equipment. I asked for it. I mentioned it a couple of streams ago that I asked for it, but forgot to save the link. It's a generated link I have to save to check on its status. So I had no idea. But they contacted me like 2 days ago saying that they had put something special in it. I cannot tell you what it is, and I know that that is baiting, but I can tell you that I can't tell you, right? There was no rule that said I couldn't tell you that. I can't tell you that. One of the things they're sending me is interesting and new. So that is happening in the near future. And what that's going to let me do, not the special, well, kind of the special thing, but the point is the new equipment I asked for specifically was for a new feature I want to add to the stream. I'm looking down like you can see what I'm looking at. You can't. There's a new feature I want to add to the stream, and there is some new quality of life updates I want to add. So a new camera is one of them. So hopefully in the very near future, as much as I like that Kinect camera, it's like 15 years old. It's time to go. This camera should be better, newer, which means the green will be crisper, and I will be able to pull it a little better. That is the hope in the near future. We shall see.
Securing the perimeter.
Please acquire a load of bio waste. You know, I wish I had thought of that already because I can do smell-o-vision. When I have bio waste here, I can make it smell bad in real life. But we're not going to do that right now. What we're going to do instead, we do have to build these stations, and I do have to keep at it. But I liked what you guys were saying that there's a system. And I've never been to the system before. So I want to go check it out. So we're going to stop doing what we're doing. And we're going to go to the hunt system just to look around. I'm going to switch out of this Panther because this Panther's a boat, man. We're going to switch to the more nimble Kestrel, which isn't my best travel ship, but I'm kind of in the mood to do a couple of jumps in a row. So we're going to go jump over to the hunt system and go see what's what. Wait, please, I just realized why you said get a load of bio waste. You're suggesting that people are in the Simstarr system.
Taking damage.
Oh, under attack. Who am I under attack by?
Frameshift drive charging. 4,
Well, we're leaving.
2, 1.
If that was the player, I'd be dead. But I'm in my own system where there are some people who don't like what I have to say are here grinding against us. That's actually a true statement. They are. Oh, by the way, one of the reasons I don't really want to engage with them is because I would not be able to go check out the system right now. I wouldn't be able to go and do what I want to do because the only way we would win against another person is to grind all day against them. So I'd have to be in the CZs the entire time. On camera, off camera, we'd have to actually make that a full-time job. And we didn't want to do that. So I can go check this thing out instead of having to rush to battle them. That's another reason we're doing it. But you're suggesting that if I had something of worth in my hull, that they might blow me up to get it? I don't believe you. I think they only do it to feel good about themselves. I think they only do it because they like to thrill the real person. All right, the Mountain Dew's done. I've switched over to Earl Grey brewed by Gabby. We're headed over to Ames right now because that's where the Kestrel is. But before I go to check out the system, I'm going to swing by Project Simstarr, the station, and I'm going to change all of my flag back over there. We're fully allied with the KEI now because I paid them off. So we're fully allied with them now. So we're welcome to be there if there's a war on or not. We are playing it open though. That's the whole point. I'm switching over to Kestrel because it's maneuverable, fun to fly. But I realize that I am switching over to my combat vessel as we fly out. We're going to see if we get ganked anywhere. We'll go to the house system, then we'll go to Jameson, and then we'll come back home. And whatever time is left, we'll do some more deliveries. I need to do some on-ground deliveries. I haven't done any of those yet today. Watching the videos reminds you to not take life so serious and enjoy it. It's all about getting a pizza, some beer, play RimWorld, have a blessed day. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. I've had enough conflicts in real life. I've had enough relationships be in my past. I've had enough. I'm actually a veteran. I've had enough time in warfare as well that I have no interest in continuing that on as a video game. But I want to emphasize again, I appreciate the people that do, that like that. A lot of people like sports. I don't like sports. I've now embraced actively disliking football, right? I don't really like football. I wish football would stop, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't like it or that I think less of you that you do. So if you like combat, go for it, guys. What's my fuel capacity on this one? I have no idea. I never look at it because I always have a fuel scoop on me. So I just wait till it's close to empty and then I scoop up some more. Oh, you're a vet as well? White camo. Yeah, we have a couple of veterans in here, which shouldn't surprise you too much. We kind of seek each other out. If we're close to the same age, we probably have the same kind of thing going. I was in the Air Force, so I didn't see any combat or anything. I'm just saying I'm done with all that stuff. I have found that leaving difficult situations works best for me. And so my only real regret of ever doing that is that I didn't do it sooner. I'm serious. And so I have actually, another good thing about these guys coming and ruining my plans, being disappointing that I didn't get what I wanted. Another good thing about that is that I was finally able to try putting walking away to the test sooner than I have ever done before. I mean, they came and they messed with us, and within hours I was walking away. And I'm not saying that walking away is always the right answer. I'm trying to say that it's better for my mental health that I'm finally, at this age of my life, at this stage, I'm finally at the point where I can just walk away. And it turned out to be the right choice. That makes me happy.
2,000 meters from touchdown.
I want to make it clear, I'm not talking about this situation specifically. I'm just talking about my going, I should have walked away from that, My actually trying it, working out is what I'm happy with. Yeah, the American sport where the foot barely touches the ball. I'm not talking about soccer. And don't act so high and mighty. Soccer sucks too.
Taking damage.
But I have a long list of reasons I don't like football. And I have a very short list on soccer. There's some positives about soccer. I think it's
Watch each
It's one of the more pure forms of sport. Like basketball and football and everything is based on soccer pretty much. Or at the very least, soccer is the one that I look to and go, okay, yeah, that's the one that's the one that makes sense. Okay, so we're Inner Panther now, but we want our Kestrel Mark II. Cricket? What about cricket? Nobody knows what cricket is. You got to know what a crumpet is before you understand cricket.
The maximum jump range for this ship is 34.43 light years.
Doughboy? I don't know why you said that. What's my thoughts on hockey? Same thing. Hockey is soccer. Okay, yeah, you'll see why I like soccer. Because hockey is soccer but on ice. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. You take soccer and you say, what if it's soccer but, right? So you go, oh, it's soccer but it's on ice. Oh, it's soccer but you hold the ball in your hand. That's basketball, right? That's why I like soccer. It's kind of the baseline for everything. But hockey is kind of dangerous. Not a big fan of that. Curling is your jam? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, soccer doesn't cause concussions. That's the key. Soccer, well, I mean, you could get hurt in soccer, but it's not a normal part of the game, where it is with hockey and it is with football. A cricket's a bug, right? Good evening, Commander. You're currently at Ames and you don't see me at all. Well, I did have somebody else see me. Hold on. I gotta fix my tea bag. The string fell in. And I didn't think that was a problem. But because the tea bag is floating around, I want it in there. Because the tea bag is floating around, it's getting sucked into the straw. So I've got to pull it. Right, there we go. You guys like it when I make repairs live on the stream? There we go. Now I can drink it. You don't see me at all. I was afraid that would happen, but there is at least one person that can see me. So we're going to exit to the main menu and we'll come back. We'll come back into open. That way, I'm definitely in open where you guys can see me. So if I would recommend that you log out and you log back in as well, if that's the thing you want to do. Tell you I didn't pay money for this. I don't know what you're talking about. So I probably didn't. It's shuffleboard, but you can fall and break your neck. Are you talking about curling?
We're docked at Amos Depot in Col 285 Sector PZ-C B27-6. We're aboard your unnamed Kestrel Mark II.
This ship just hasn't been
You were outside while you were docking. You didn't have me in the contact issue. Well, you just saw I rebooted. I'm definitely open now. Yeah, don't forget to click like and follow. You ever paired a VR headset with this setup? Yes, I have. I did not like it. I like VR. I'm actually a ridiculously competent VR guy. But VR isn't best for the Simstarr. There's a lot of reasons for that, which I don't want to get into right now. So if I go here, there you go. There's a playlist where I talk about the downsides of VR for you. Yeah, Elite often has instancing issues, but as you guys saw, I just signed out and I signed back in. I'm in my Kestrel right now. Just pulled up the local map. Oh, right. I want to pull up the local map because I want to go to Project Simstarr, the station. Oh, by the way, it's not a big deal, but one of the reasons they said that they were going to, I don't want to use the negative words. I almost said griefing or something. The reasons they were coming here to engage with us is they thought I was being too full of myself for naming a station after myself. Because I named it Project Simstarr. So I thought I would take a second just to explain that. My name is not Simstarr. I start the stream every time I start the stream. I say my name is Peter, aka Commander Blackwell, and this is the Simstarr. So the Simstarr is my ship. It is my 1.5 thousand pound Calliope. It is my 3-handled Drazinda. My technological terror is called the Simstarr. So calling me Simstarr, it's like calling Han Solo Mr. Falcon, right? That's not how that works. It's a different thing. The ship is named Simstarr. Now, Project Simstarr. This is not Project Simstarr. Project Simstarr is everything. It's the all-encompassing project because there are two facets to this. There's building the best motion simulator I can possibly make and showing you guys that in an entertaining way. My goal is to be entertaining to you using this thing. Look, see, that's why it dances so much. I can make it dance and sing. So Project Simstarr is the stream combined with the motion simulator, combined with the shorts. You get what I'm saying? The media side is of equal importance to the motion side. This is another reason I don't wear VR, because it would diminish your enjoyment of the show. It would enhance mine and diminish yours. Now, I mention that because we're headed to Project Simstarr Station right now. That's what's directly in front of us. Project Simstarr Station is a representation of the live stream, you guys. So it's not like I called it Peter's Perch. I called it Project Simstarr because this is like, if you're in the stream right now, you're in Project Simstarr, right? Now you can join the game and you can go to Project Simstarr in the game. It's a representation on that plane of reality, on that level of the tower, right? So I'm just explaining that to you guys. I don't really believe they thought I was being humorous. People name stars out of themselves all the time. I don't really believe that. I think they were just looking for excuses. But it was a good opportunity to explain what the difference is and why I call myself Peter and the Project Simstarr.
Code Dynamics, Sierra, India, Mike.
Did you add Twitch commands for the two playlist links yet? Which playlist are you talking? Yes. Yeah, that's always actually been there. You can do !VR and it will work. That's always been a thing. What wasn't a thing was my ability to spawn them. Project Simstarr is a paramilitary organization and everything involved. That's true as well. Project Simstarr is a bit of a military force, isn't it? Because here we are working together to do a civil war. I am definitely the leader of that rebellion. So that's also Project Simstarr. I don't want to go so far. I get where you're going. You're saying the trolls and creepers are just doing it. I get that, but I've been on their streams. I've talked to those guys. They just have a different philosophy than I do. It is a philosophy that I disagree with, but it is just a different.
2,000 meters from touchdown.
I just don't think they're trolling. I think they think what they're doing is funny and fun. And I don't think they believe us when we say it's not very fun. You're ruining our plans in a bad way. I don't think they believe us. That's fine. But now there are consequences to your actions, guys. If you're being a griefer or not, there are consequences to your actions because now slavery, the thing we were trying to eliminate, is in the system. So in our role play, in our little fiction, in our lore that we're making here, you guys came in to defend slavery. You didn't like that we were so uppity that we wanted slavery to be abolished and thought we could do it in a week. So you taught us a lesson, but that lesson was that slavery is great, you love it. Don't know what to tell you, that's what you did.
Any hostilities you may have encountered on your approach to the facility, Commander, we assure you we are doing our utmost to eradicate these individuals.
Welcome, Ron Cry, welcome. Oh, okay, I'm a joke, so he doesn't like that I'm doing that. Okay, well, sorry that you're not happy with it, in this film. I do understand where you're coming from. Yeah, welcome, Warcry, welcome. Oh, yeah, you guys aren't liking what he's saying. Oh, they might do. Don't say that their stream isn't entertaining. They can have a live stream too. If you're doing a live stream now, so that you can like join me and open, that's fine. I get why you'd want to do that. How high am I sitting in that chair? You know, I've never measured it how high I'm sitting, but the chair itself goes all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever the standard American ceiling is, which I believe is 9.5 feet, and it goes all the way up to the top. So it's pretty tall. The actuators, if I bring them all the way up, which right now I'm halfway, so they're only halfway, is 18 inches. So here, I'll go down because I can't go up in this position. But yeah, that's 0. And right now I'm at the roof of my car, so I would say I'm sitting about 4 feet. And I would say now I'm sitting somewhere around 6, I think. If we do hip. For head, the head's almost dragging again. Well, my head's got 1.5 feet from the ceiling, but the monitor is right there. That little shadow that you're seeing right here, that's the ceiling. what you're saying right there. Oh, I have a button for that. Hold on. I have a button for that. I forgot. Where did I pull it? There we go. There we go. So, yeah, you can see the ceilings right there. So that's how tall I am. This thing is a lot bigger than it looks, even though it looks freaking huge.
Project Simstarr traffic control. Imperial Dynamics 139 on approach. Requesting
You saw the other players, but I'm nowhere to be seen. Well, you just saw me reboot into open, my friend, so you have to reboot as well.
understood.
Can you build a buy that for less than 10 grand? Yes. Let me drop that message in for you. I am a big fan of that.
Thank you.
There it is. How dope.
Looking forward to kicking back.
Oh, I didn't even know I had this link. That's cool. Hold on. I didn't even know I had this one. Boom. I got to remember I had that. There's a link to the Sim Gaming Expo. So you guys can click on that if you want to join. But the other link I sent you was a playlist where I talk about my philosophies on how I built this. You guess that won't fit in your man cave? It could, but you're going to have a weight issue. It's 1.5 thousand pounds, so a regular wooden floor won't do. I'm in a garage right now, which is concrete, and I'm going to be moving it into the basement eventually, which is also concrete. I think that's necessary. But if you have a basement, there are probably ways you could strip this down and bring it in piece by piece. In fact, I'm going to have to do that, right? If I move this into the basement, I'm going to have to figure that out.
Project Simstarr Tower. This is Fox at the DC Hotel Indigo X-Ray 010. Ready for launch.
Okay, just reading you guys' notes. I'm seeing I've got some new people. I didn't get like
We will
directly
reach our
rated, right?
destination in 10 jumps.
But anyway, I am an open.
Commander, if you reopen the
if you'd
commodities
like,
list at our current station, I will access its
I'm
commodity
about to
prices.
set off. I'm going to a system that somebody pointed out called So we're gonna go check out real quick. But since you guys seem to be aching to see me or fight me or whatever, if that's the thing you want to do, I'm gonna exit to the main menu right here. That's the wrong button. That's the correct button. I'm gonna exit to the main menu. I'm gonna click continue, and I'm gonna click open play. Now I have come to a new copy of the server. It is loading me in for the first time into open. So if you're really eager to see me out here for whatever reason, if you reboot and you log back in, your chances are very high that you'll see me. First month with the carrier feels like home. Well, instead of doing a fleet carrier, I've decided to do a system. So we're at Project Simstarr right now, and I am very pleased to say that this is feeling like home as well. So I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, so yeah, we go here, and then keyboard, we go,
This is a routine.
and there's the system, let's see how many jumps away it is now. 8 jumps to, and I've never been there before, so we're going to go there. What now?
Our destination in 8 jumps.
Yes, we are a bunch of hippie Care Bears. That is correct. I actually care about the way you feel about things, and I'm sorry that you're frustrated. If that is offensive to you, I'm sorry about that as well. I wish you happiness, and if you can only get it through violence, I feel kind of bad for you.
Safe speeds when traversing the docking bay.
I saw there was a real person watching me, so at least one person saw me. And power to engines. Nobody has shot me down because they know that I don't care for PvP. That's why I'm here, playing open, because you guys claim that it's not about PvP. You guys say that that it's about the possibility or that good encounters happen. So that's what we're doing. We've joined an open to see if it's better. So far, no. I prefer to be in our own instance, so I know that everybody I see is people that are watching the stream, but we're at open. We're giving it a try. You think you sent a friend request? Oh, is that you, Crispies?
This star and the next 2 stars are
One
not
pending
suitable.
request. Yep, there you go. I've accepted your friend request. We're friends now. Your Sidewinder will taste blood another day.
There are 4 bodies in this system which have
As I said in that short recently, if you want to be bloodthirsty, I can relate, but I don't want my blood to be what you thirst. I'm just not into it, guys. I do like beating up on NPCs, but I don't really like fighting another person. I just don't find that enjoyable. That's how we got into sports and football. I'm just not into that kind of competition. You like to ram people in the Sidewinder?
Dash 0849-6.
There are at least 2 other peoples in the station. For some reason, we can't see you. Yeah, that's pretty standard. What it means is that you've loaded into a different instance. You're running on a different server than I
I have
am.
6 jumps left to go.
Well, welcome, Chubulus. Welcome. He's saying that he's been meaning to play Elite since launch. He's been waiting 10 years, but my shorts have finally gotten him to the point that he wants to try it. Oh, that's funny. I've got shorts now. There are shorts on the stream. So there'll be shorts on my shorts when I get around to editing it. See, Kai's trying to be insulting. He says that the chat was overwhelmed with Axe body spray and Linkin Park and Limp Bizkit as soon as they came in. Man, like that's not my theme. I love that shit. Well, Axe body spray is a little strong, but I do like it. And yeah, man, just one of those days.
For Imperial shielding in this system.
Oh, here's a cool learning lesson actually. This is Icarus Portal, Crispies. We were recommending that you download Icarus Portal so that you can keep an eye on your scoops. I've not been able to scoop in the last couple of jumps because you can see, looking up the top, it's a little bit grayed out. The first one, this one here, has a scoopable logo on it. The next 3 do not. The next one does, and the next 2 do not. I know the game's getting in the way a little bit there. What's the easiest way to fix that? Let's do this. There you go. Okay, so you can see the next 2 are not scoopable. And I could definitely run out of gas if I'm not paying attention. So what I'm going to do is definitely, when we get to this next jump, I'm going to take some time to scoop, so I know I have enough to finish the remaining 4 jumps after that. That's what we're talking about making long distance journeys, to keep an eye on your gauge, is just to make sure you've got enough to scoop so that you don't find yourself stuck against redstone. Conventionally, the wisdom is to only select and only jump to stars that are scoopable. I don't recommend that because you can keep an eye on it. I recommend going to stars other people don't like to go. Yeah, loading into the wrong system can be difficult when you're trying to load with a wingman. I agree. You just raised $4 billion while you were playing? That's good. BGS is part of the game. Stop crying. Okay. I'm not sure what you're talking about. We've already made our point. I think maybe you're coming in late to that. Just got an iPod holder today on your desk, and it runs Icarus on it through the screen extension app. The external app made for this game so sick. Yeah, man, that's what I'm doing too. So what we're talking about here, this is Icarus Portal, and I just showed you one of the many uses for it. The route lister is superior to the one that's in the game. I know you can't really see it here, but like, you know, every star is listed. If it's been searched before, and if it's scoopable, is all right here. On the very bottom, it tells you how many jumps are remaining. I need to fix that, actually. That part should be showing up on the screen. The next one I have is ED Copter, and ED Copter is a version of ED Copilot. So you can load this up on another website, and you can just jump back and forth between the 2 of them. And then finally, I've got this here, which is Touch Portal. This is my own design, which I'm basically phasing out. I don't use a bunch anymore. Okay, well, guys, there's no reason to be mad at Mustapha there. He's saying that the background simulation is part of a deal with it. Well, we are. We wanted to change something in the system by going to the background simulation, and we prefer to play in our private instance. Now, he's taken offense to this. He's saying that, no, that's not the way to do it, and he's come to the system to change it. And he's doing that in open, but he's also just doing the same thing we're doing, which is fighting NPCs in order to raise the points of the FEI. And he's doing that against our will. We're asking him explicitly not to, and he's doing it anyway. And even though we are not in open, he is still making changes to the BGS in a different instance than we are. So the argument that I'm making to you, sir, is that it is not, being in open is not required because you're doing it to us even though we don't want you to, even though we're enclosed, you're still changing the simulation. That is the way the game is made. That's supposed to do that.
We have
It's a
3
good
jumps
thing.
left to go.
Now, the reason we don't want you to do it is that time is sensitive. We don't have a lot of time to be working on it. We can't grind every day. We can't grind against you every day about it. So extending it from 4 days to 7 is just too much for us, which is why I surrendered early on. You guys wanted to make a point. Okay, you've made it. Go ahead, you win. We might try some other time in the future, but time will still be against us when we do that.
4, 3,
We're jumping to call 280 0 0.
Yeah, most of you are out of uniform. You know, if you really want to stick it to me and open, you could do it in the real world. You could join the Project Simstarr crew. Oh, that'd get me. And you can buy my Bestagons kit, which is an actual mission patch that you can buy. And where in? Or you could buy my my Nibbler pride flag, my shirtless Nibbler furry pride flag, which is a real product you can buy now. Link is in the chat. Oh, insufficient fuel. I didn't get enough. Oh no, this is not a scoopable star, is it?
Warning, fuel levels now at 50%.
Uh-oh. I thought I'd gotten enough and I didn't. And there's nothing else here. Switch to regular map mode. Okay. Galactic mode. Okay. And let's see if we can't get to a scoopable star. That one looks pretty close. Not a scoopable star, though.
System is just 1 jump away.
What about this one? That's an M-class star. Can we
Setting
make it
course
there?
for LP 928-7. System is just 1
No,
jump
it's
away.
32 light years away. That is a good point. Yeah, you guys wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't streaming it. That is a good point.
Setting
That is
course
not
for
going to be close
Horror
enough.
Gals. System is just 1
Where am
jump
I
away.
now? Hold on. That's my problem. That's my problem. Okay. Let's see. There's an M-class star. Yes, we can make it out. But this is how you save yourself.
Setting course for
Usually you can jump by to a nearby star. You can call the fuel rats if you have to, but
System is just 1 jump away.
generally you can make it work. Yeah, you love that I made the flag? Should we look at it real quick? Hold on. So yeah, here's the Besticons and the hats.
The star we are
Tumblr.
approaching is scoopable.
Oh, this isn't updated. Hold on. And the mug. Let's get this. Let's get our scoop on.
Destination.
There we
Fuel
go.
scooping.
Has anyone ever been here before? There we go. So yeah, you can actually buy the shirtless Nibbler Simstarr flag and hang it on your wall if you want to. This is actually a really high-res image. I rendered this out at like 8K. I rendered it out so high that it couldn't take it. I had to keep bringing it down, so I forget the final res. But this is a very high-res version of Nibbler, which I find hilarious. You failed the BGS on Project Simstarr. Save yourself a there. Yes, because other players, like Mistopheles in the chat right now, did not like what I had to say about playing in open and about not liking PvP. So they came into the system to prove a point. And unfortunately, that point is slavery's great. Their point is that slavery is a thing that they wanted to keep going, specifically because we didn't want to do it. So they joined us, hoping that we would start a war, hoping we would join them in open and do combat, or hoping that we would have to quadruple the grind necessary to win. And we couldn't do any of those things. I just don't have that dog in me to be in combat with guys, and we don't have time to spend 14 hours a day doing it. So we seceded. We surrendered on the first day. Now, the way that works out, because of how the points are tabulated, is that we're actually tied right now. The longest the war can go is for 7 days. That's the longest period. A war can't go longer than 7 days. And we are in the 7th day right now. So this is the last day that either side could win. So technically it's 50-50, but you saw him. He's here. He's angry. He's going to get his buddies going, and he's going to win the day, because we're not really fighting him on it. So yes, slavery stays. We lost the war. The Federation stays in control of our system, and that happens because guys like him don't like what we're doing. Okay, that is a thing you can do. Free will is a thing you possess. So unfortunately, we'll probably try again, but it will be months from now that we try it again, and I won't mention it on the stream, because the only reason they know about it is because it did. I mean, they can always check Inara regularly, but we will eventually, I think, win that war, because we live there. We live there. That's where we are. So we'll just keep doing it, and one day we'll do it at a time where they're busy. That's my hope. But that could be 10 years from now. I don't plan on stopping this anytime soon. You're gonna hop off the stream? Well, thank you, Dragon Master, for being here in the first place. Hope everyone's money is going great. Well, yeah, sorry, Eagle's going pretty good. You don't like the feds? I don't really like the feds either. I'm an alliance guy, but I've actually warmed up to being an independent. If we won that war, we would have been an independent solar system, and that would have been fun. Is there ground combat? Can you do something? I mean, well, technically you can join the war, but that is what they want, right? So it depends on what war you want to win. I want to win the war of, guys, I mean it. I don't want to play video games the way you guys do. I want to win that war. But if you want to win the war in the game, if they get your blood up, then yeah, you can just join any of the CZs. It would help. There's a couple hours left on it. People could still come to the system. See, that's what I'm saying, though. But that's what they want you to do. They want you to come to the system and basically waste your time. They don't see it that way. They see it as engagement and fun, but I don't see it as fun. Do you have to pick a faction in the game? You do not have to pick a faction in the game. You can stay independent the whole time, because there's power play and then there's background simulation. What we're talking about all right now is completely background BGS stuff. That's all we're talking about right now. And you don't have to choose a faction for that. But there are basically 4. There's independent, which with different characters representing that independence. There is the Empire, with 2 or 3 major factions, but the main one is the Empress, who she calls herself the Emperor. She is in charge, and she is like iron-fisted. This is where we're going to do it. And then there is one of her relatives who says maybe we should have a kinder, gentler approach. You could join either one of those and still be part of the Empire. The other thing you can do is the Alliance, which is what I'm in. Alliance has a more democratic bend to it, and I've backed Nakado Kane. Who are we fighting? We are fighting for Operation Ida, the independent faction. We are fighting against the FEI, the Fae, and they are a Federation faction. So we are fighting the Federation, no matter how you look at it. All right, guys. I am fully fueled, and now we will head back to setting course to All right, we got 2 jumps remaining.
Setting course for her. We will reach our destination in 2 jumps.
If only you weren't 22,000 light years away. Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, I don't think you could make it back in time if you're playing fair. I don't think you could make it to help us out in time, because even though it's supposed to happen at midnight, it's actually been happening in the afternoon sooner and sooner. They are Empire, yes, but they are also offering slavery. So if you go to Project Simstarr right now and you go to the commodities market,
und still stylishly dressed.
Stop trying to get my goat. There are other people on the chat successfully getting my goat. But if you go back and you join Operation Ida, you'll be against slavery. If you join the Federation, the Empire, you'll be for slavery. That is what this battle is about. We're trying to remove slavery from being offered on the Project Simstarr space station. So if you join those other guys, that is what you're fighting for.
Potential for core dynamic composites or proprietary composites in this system, Commander.
Best new ship is the Panther. It's a game changer, yeah. I think it too. Oh, there we are. Next stop.
Drive charging.
Yeah, you didn't want to accidentally become the enemy. Yeah, don't fight for the Fae. When you join, if you decide you want to do combat, because Crispy's is brand new, if you decide you want to do combat, when you join a combat zone in the in the comms panel in the upper left. So this one here, there will be a box where you explicitly choose what side you're on.
Coming up is
You can also just start shooting the guys you want to shoot, but I like to choose it first. And then they'll say, thanks for joining the right side, Commander. And then you can fight in that CZ. Now my friends in the chat here, who are not too pleased with my view, would prefer you to be an open and fight them directly. So if you're into that kind of combat, you can go ahead and jump. As stated way too many times today, I am not into that kind of combat. All right, let's see here. Welcome to, huh? Oh, look, they're in a state of civil war. Is this a player-made station? Did somebody rush to in order to claim it? That'd be cool. I wish I was the architect of Yeah, that's what's happening. Okay, hold on. Let's go to this refinery and take a look around.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Yeah, see, Crispies and Gentle Berserker and Kai, they're all, you guys are all, I accept your challenge, sir, and I will other you by calling you names. You guys are into that kind of thing, and I'm not against you guys being into it. If you want to battle them, you should battle them. I don't want to, though. We have other things to do. Again, you guys stretched it from a 4-day war to a 7-day war that we will now lose, wasting the time. Wasting the time we did in the previous week as well. The architect of confusion in the Haas system. The galaxy map should tell you the architect name. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll take a look at that. Looks like it's 1 star over, so. That seems good enough. So many of you are
Project
so many
Simstarr
ways.
is fully operational and fully manned.
Oh my God, you guys, stop trying to get my goat. If there's one thing I'm trying to teach you is stop trying to get my goat. And you all are like, it's fun when we get your goat, one way or another. What's the system? The system is I'm not sure what you're asking for. If you're asking for where is the Simstarr system, this is the Simstarr system here. Actually, I think system does exist. Hold on. What did I call it? Sorry, that's gonna get me stuttering for a second while I look this up. Station. I called it station. Station. I will have to add system to it. Can you guys add that to the after action report? Add system to station. That's all I need to see. Then I'll remember to do that for you guys next time. Yeah, see, that one works. Man, I had been talking about it for almost a year. A couple of months ago, I added a streamer bot to the stream, and it has been so much better. So I recommend it to you guys that are streamers. Streamer bot lets you do all kinds of kick-ass stuff. At system should be the system you're currently in. Is that possible? Can I do that? I don't think I can do that. Maybe? I don't think I can do that. I don't know. I might be able to do that. It's that the computer is the streaming computer and the gaming computer are two different ones. But no, I could do that. I could do that. Yeah, I know. I need to. If you do commands, it should give you a list of the commands available. If you do commands in the chat right now. But I apologize to you guys that do want to engage me today and are having a frustrating time doing it. I'm in open. That's all I can tell you. Open doesn't work very well because the instancing of the different servers. Yeah, see, that works. That's a lot of lurks. I've got to take that off. Stream Element shouldn't be answering that question. Only Nibbler should. Because I've turned off all the commands on Stream Elements. I don't need them. Okay. Another one I want to add in the near future is the Yippee button. I think it's neat. If the chat says a certain word enough times, you get a Yippee on the screen. It only works on Twitch, though, so I've been reluctant to plug it in. But I think that's fun. So if you guys kept saying sandwich, 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 it would eventually go, yippee. You were planning to fight today anyway? Well, right now it's for all the marbles. We're at 50-50. So now is the time to fight. But I've already told my guys to back off, so I doubt we'll win today. I don't even know why we won. We won the first two, and then we lost the third one, and then somehow we won the fourth one. I don't know how that happened. But the next two, fifth and sixth, we lost. So it's 3-3 now. But those guys were being insulting in my chat just now. I think they're pretty hungry for it, but we'll see.
This is our first visit to the station.
However it goes, you'll do it without me, and then we will eventually try again some other time. It's time to recognize the officers. Well, this is an excellent time to do so. So let's try our buttons. Thank you, John Malove. Thank you, Intro Plus and Intro. Thanks, Intro. Thanks, Wernick. Thanks, The Casual Nomad. Thanks, Frizziello. Thanks, Dylan McMahon. Thank you, Travis I3J3W. Thank you, Gentle Berserker. Thank you, Dirty Steve 89. He's twice as good as the 69. Thank you, Crispy's Auto. Thank you, Chazzle 101. Thank you, Elaine, and thank you, Empress Core. I believe that's what that last one is. It actually disappeared before I read it. Intro is fine. That's what you got. So good. Let me make sure I got that last one. I'm actually watching the stream back to make sure I got that last one. Chazzle, Lane, Empress Mole. Thank you, Empress Mole. So those are my officer level channel members. If you want your name shouted out as well, on the Twitch side, you just need to become a non-commissioned officer. And on the YouTube side, become a full officer. And I will read your name at least once every stream. Okay. Yeah, Murph saying it would help. I don't know if it would help, man. I don't know. Would it help? Because, if they've done 50 wins and we go and we do 49 wins, they win and we've wasted our time. So that's where I'm at with it. Okay. Major and Company. We're giving some money away because we can do that here. The League. This is funny. Thanks for pointing this out, guys. I'm glad you had me come here. What are the faction names? How does this go? It is. They're a bagging cooperative, though. The Major, the Social Free, the League, and the Purple Posse. That's funny. And those are procedurally generated dudes because they've got in the name. Okay.
Incoming message.
I just don't see how those guys coming in and making it 4 times harder makes them better at it. That's what I don't understand. Why is that a more fair and noble way to play? Is what I don't. I literally I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Because again, we're trying to fight slavery. I accidentally told them I would bring them 10 units of bio-reducing lichen, but we're not actually going to do that. Okay, so we're at and this was just to go see what was there, just because I was a little tired of delivering stuff. They are, oh, right, I meant to look it up. They are at a state of war. Let's look up this new screen. Controlling allegiance is independent. Controlling power is Yuri Grom. Power occupancy is colony. Active state is war. The She energy industry is at war with the social free. And this is day 2, and no one has actually done any battling here. So that's the cool part. I honestly like this part of the background simulation. Again, it's going to be on the lens of the haters that don't agree with me. I'm always going to look at through their lens until this is over. But if we look, we see that everybody has equal influence here. These two guys, let's see. These guys have 50%, so they're not in any danger. But just through the nature of the background simulation, of crunching the numbers every night, these two guys reach 17%. And once you're at 17%, oh, sorry, 9%. Once you're at an equal status with another person, you go to war. And that war is generally decided by players in combat zones. So we'll take a look at their... yeah, actually, this will tell us. These are on the ground combat zones. Whoever this player is that built this place, they decided they wanted at least one thing on every single world. So all these worlds are landable, and they're building little outposts for it. And those are the places where you can do battle. Meanwhile, up in the sky, there's only 2 small little stations running it. But if we go into the comms panel, navigation, we will find the airborne conflict zones. High intensity, medium intensity. These are the places we could battle. So let's assume I wasn't on the stream. Let's assume that no one else was looking at this but me, and I just happened to be in this sector, and I saw that there was a battle going on. I could join the battle one time, get 1 point in the favor of whichever one I thought was neat, and then leave. And if no one else messes with it, they will win, and they will move up. And one of their stations will become the property of the other one. That's the background simulation. That's what we learned, and I think that's pretty cool. All right, guys. So we have done that. I'm not going to join that battle, just because I'm not in the mood to do so. But now that I'm on the stream, by the way, if I did that one battle and somebody's like, I don't like that, they could come and they could fight twice, and they would win, not doing anything else. If no one else got involved but me, one other person, I did it once, they did twice, they would win. So obviously that keeps scaling up. So if somebody does 100 battles on one day and then 50 battles on another day, each day gets a win, and the first person to 7 wins. If it's not contested, if I'm the only one that fights, and I win the day and you win 4 in a row, you win hands down. If another person is battling and it goes back and forth, it can go to a maximum of 7 days. So it's best out of 7. You just noticed the system yesterday and got a kick out of it. Yeah, the system. That's fun. The other side of slavery is a mercy to the fallen. But outbound always good. Well, that's only true if you have a capitalistic system that treats them worse than slaves. We have an independent co-op where everybody in the co-op gets a living wage. So you are actually fighting for slavery versus freedom in our system, because there would be a social safety net without the work requirement in our system. So we would not be the capitalist version of slavery. You're thinking of the Federation. So it's Empire versus Federation on that argument. But when you do the Alliance or you do an independent like we're doing, that doesn't apply. All right, so I've set course to Jameson Memorial, because that is a place that is well known for combat guys. You don't go into Jameson in open unless you're itching for a fight. I'm not. But you guys want to see, a little bit of action, so that's what we're going to go do.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
if we do want to talk about slavery in the game, it's an interesting idea, but I do wish it wasn't here because I live in the South. This is a touchy subject in the South, man. It's not a cool thing to want to have in my game. It's not a cool thing to want to have on my station, but it's not a cool thing to even discuss intellectually. It's not cool. Meanwhile, in Europe, in England, they don't feel as connected to it as we do here. So I get why they put it in. But if this was a Southerners game, that would not be in there.
We're now 3 jumps from Shinrata Desra.
Thanks for coming, Warnick.
You will have
Appreciate
to
all your help, sir.
Or use
Warning.
LSD injection
Frameshift
to make the
drive
next jump
operating
40 feet
beyond
by
safety
5
limits.
RTS.
Frameshift drive supercharged.
Pinapoa, good day to all. Good day. Welcome. You've put Simmer with Angel Wings, which I love when you guys do that. I think that's pretty neat.
Drive charging.
Over on the Twitch side. And that reminds me that I mentioned that I made some changes to the actions. I made it so that if you cash in the sing one, I will sing you a song instead of sing for 5 minutes. But I've also put a rest on going the go get the kitten emoji. I know you guys like it when I go get the kitten, but it's a little distressful for her. She doesn't like it. So I'm putting that to bed for a little bit. I'll bring it back eventually. I did bring out the puppy, though, because I could just call Mixie. She'll jump right into my arms. I could bring her out whenever, so. What we're doing now is we're scooping neutron stars.
You will have to supercharge
so that we can do bigger jumps in our
to
casket.
make the next jump of 39.83 light years.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
There we go. And next, we have 2 more jumps to go. Are those shrimp? You put Mixie, is that shrimp or bacon? You gave Mixie some wings.
Now jumping to B886.
Yeah, you're in the UK and you don't like it, but it's not really as touchy of a subject. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. I mean, nobody's over here. Oh, what did you redeem?
Our next star is a white dwarf. Give this one a wide berth.
Grounded.
Keep to its extremities if you
Grounded's a good one as far as working with you guys. Grounded and go to Plaid are both excellent ones. What grounded means is I have to land, I have to do a donut in my SRV if I have one equipped, and I have to walk around on the planet, the nearest one I can find. So instead of going to Jameson, I gotta go land the plane instead. I could land at a station, but this is meant to be as annoying to me as possible. So that's how you get my goat, guys. Going for my goat directly isn't as good as doing grounded. Those are wings? Oh, okay, it looks like bacon to me, man. But yeah, safe travels. Good night to anybody who's moving on. Boy, just so you guys know, it is hot out here. It's got to be in the 90 freedom units now. You're a couple of you're 216 light years out. You'll come help in the combat zones, or you can if you want to. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for not making it, though. 92 degrees here with 80% humidity. Yeah, I don't know what the humidity is, but it is 90 degrees in the cargo bay. I believe it's probably 93 outside. Yeah, European nations are a little bit more comfortable talking about slavery than southern states are, because there's still a lot of it going on here. It is legal to have slaves if they're prisoners. It's actually in the Constitution, so it's a thing. And you notice only white people enjoy debating the merits of slavery in a video game anyway. I'm just trying to tell you guys that I'm not comfortable with having it on the station, but I'm not trying to make it real slavery. I'm just not comfortable with it. I would rather it not be there for my own peace of mind. And you guys are deciding, that guy's a jerk, I don't like his hippie attitude, I'm going to make on purpose, put something that makes him uncomfortable into the game. Yeah, you know, I don't know, guys. I don't know, man. I guess you can do that. I'm not going to stop you. But I'm also not going to pretend like you're not doing that. You know what I mean? I'm going, man. I'm grounding. Oh, wait. I'm going to interpret that. Since somebody else already chose grounded and I was headed there, he's saying that I need to stop what I'm doing and land on the nearest planet available. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the next world. I'm going to land on it. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to land on the one I need to do. And then I'm going to move on to Jameson. So if you guys want to make that a thing, we can do that. But I, prefer to be on my way. We got to be careful with that too, Jenna Berserker. Unfortunately, the thing about Vikings, talking about Vikings in that way, the racists here adopt that terminology and adopt that way of speaking. So I'm not comfortable talking about that either. Is there some kind of benefit, or is it just in the game? There is a benefit. And it is to make you think about it. Now, originally when this game came out, there are more ways to make money now. But originally when this game came out, one of the easiest ways to make money was to either sell drugs or sell slaves. And they wanted you to have to choose to do a little bit of dark stuff if you wanted to make enough money to do anything you actually wanted to do in the game. That's been true since the 80s. That's why it's there. It doesn't have the punch it does anymore because there are other ways to make money now. But it is still a thing. That's why it's a thing. And that's why I'm doing the preface of it's built in a nation that it's not so turbulent. It's okay to do that in.
This one's an icy body. Gravity is 0.15 G. Surface temperature is...
And I'm just reminding you guys that in the South, it's more than an intellectual exercise to us when GB in Iceland, it would be something that you could mess with, like killing Hitler. That's a terrible thing to talk about. Killing babies, right? But we can talk about that intellectually. But if you start talking about selling slaves in the South, you're being an asshole, is what you're doing, where I am. But I understand most of you guys aren't here, or you never got that memo. I am appreciative of that. But I'm being honest, why I don't want it on the station. And since they know that's our motivation, they're fighting to be jerks is what they're doing. If they want to admit that or not, that's what's happening. But that's okay. I mean, obviously it's not okay since we're still talking about it, but yeah, space never changes. Wow, this is actually kind of pretty. You made a good choice, all right. Yeah, you're in the South and can confirm as well, yeah. There's a lot of things politicized nowadays. You guys know what I mean. Just about everything needs to pick a side today. So that's the one that's had to pick a side for
our first landing
250 years, really. You're going to grab some friends and fight for the IDA over the system? Okay, you guys have like 2 hours, though. I don't think... I just want to set the expectations. I don't think that's going to work, because you guys got 2 hours to do that. Maybe 2 to 4 hours. That you'd be able to do that. And aren't you kind of giving them what they want anyway? They want us to grind. They want us to have to spend more effort than we can afford to spend, really. I'm just pointing out right now that they're doing that for slavery, if they understand that or not. All right, so I got to come out here, guys. I got to do myself a donut. That's not a very good donut. More power to engines. And now I can go and do the other grounding. So this is a chain grounding. It's the first time this has ever happened. So we've never even thought about doing it before. It's kind of like a hype train, but free. If you guys keep choosing grounded, I'll have to keep going to a different system. Not a different system, sorry. A different planet to do it on. So, cannot board ship. I thought it was unlocked. There we go. No. You were wondering why your PC fans were at full power in your 590 GTX. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and finish your point. Norsemen 700, 800 years ago started trying to distance themselves from Vikings. It was Wagner who romanticized the Vikings again in the 19th century, which gave those ridiculous horned helmets. Yeah, what General Berserker was trying to do in good faith was just talking about, he's Icelandic. He's talking about how it is with him. And I do understand that. It's just that Vikings can be cool here, or they can really suck here, depending on who's telling the tale. And I don't think it's our place to have that conversation. Just us being white people. So that's why I'm like, we'll turn that rhetoric down a little bit. You were running 2 games? Who was running 2 games? Oh, you were running X3 and Elite at the same time. I've been logging into Elite every couple of hours, or whenever I think about it, I should say, in order to pay off the Fae in another system, so they would stop being hostile and start being allied. So I was loading that up while I was editing videos on my relaxing computer, which only has a 1080 in it. No, a 1060 in it. And I tell you that story because I pushed it too far the other day and it locked up and rebooted. It was like, please use your other computer. It's got a 3080 in it. Why aren't you using it? I was like, yeah, you got a more comfortable chair. You're between A and B, so hopefully you could catch me do a donut. Yeah, that's likely. We're going to our next grounded, which is here. This isn't a colonized system, is it? No. Oh, there is. Okay. So I'm going to go to Patel Research Center. I'm going to park right outside of it to do my donut. So if you want to head to Patel Research Center, you're going to be within visual range of me if you want. Unless somebody does grounded again. I don't want that to happen, but I'm tickled that it can. A little bit of overdrive. Let's get out of the atmosphere. Way too much overdrive. Oh, you're right in front of me again. Sorry, I keep missing you. Intro. I'm sorry about that. I'm so used to flying alone that I don't recognize other players. A video that I posted on Sunday I'm really happy about was me giving a little bit of a history lecture about a Graflex handle that I was gifted and about how it became a lightsaber and how that relates to motion simulators today. It wasn't about Graflex and lightsabers. It was about how something can be valuable but abundant enough that it's easy to find, and then suddenly it's not. That's what it was about. And I had somebody say that I should stick to what I do best, because my talking about this Graflex thing is something everybody already knows. I'm not doing a very good job. I'm not bringing up the hater part. I'm just bringing up the part where he kind of missed the point of the video, which I think is kind of my fault. But that video I'm really happy with because it was 2.5 minutes long, and I added actual footage from the 1930s into it to show you how that worked.
Orbital flight engaged.
But I posted it on a Sunday, which is not my best day, so hopefully it's got more views today.
Initiating orbital entry procedures for Body 3A.
Oh, another person commented. Sorry, I focused on the wrong one. Oh, too fast for orbital cruise. I screwed it up.
79.7 degrees Fahrenheit.
But I was lined up enough with it that I'm only 38 kilometers away, so it's fine. Anyway, another person commented, as I get sometimes, they see the shorts. I'm appreciative of that. They see the shorts, and they think that this is all they do because this is all they see. I post these every day. So from their point of view, they see me 2 or 3 times a day. And they think that all I do is I play this game and I sit in this chair. And he was like, that's a neat chair and all, but don't forget about the real world. And that particular short had me outside with a friend. I had to ask him. I was like, do you think I took that picture with the power of my imagination? I get out of the chair, guys. But another thing I want to point out is that I was with the old camera in the old chair, and I hunch over like this, right? And it makes it look like I've got an extra 100 pounds on me. I'm not the skinniest, but I'm not as big as some people think I am. So just make a conversation. The new camera and the new position works. Because I don't get that much anymore. I am on a quest to drop the weight I do have, though. We have 82 days left on the Sim, and before I go to the Sim Gaming Expo, we have 82 days left, and my quest to get in I Can Go Outside shape is going actually pretty well. So today, I mentioned already, I have to go off and get a couple of jobs. I have to go do some deliveries. But when I'm done with those, I'm going to come back today and mow the grass, because that needs to get done. But I will be hitting the gym multiple times a week going forward. I know this because I've already managed to do it off camera, so pretty happy with it.
Set her down.
Yeah, you didn't know about the lightsaber thing. See, a lot of people know, most people know that a Graflex handle was used in Star Wars. But most people probably don't know what a Graflex handle was for in the first place. And what they hear about it now is that it's super rare, right? But they don't know that at one point it wasn't rare. That's what I was saying. So when he said everybody knew this, I don't think everybody did. Oh, coming to top. There we go.
Warning. Landing gear not deployed. Landing gear deployed.
This is our
So what I tried to show in that short was just what a Graflex handle was actually for, and why you would find one in the wild.
Radio check. 555.
Howdy, QWERTY. Welcome. Coit in the chat. You're here too? Oh, darn it. I accidentally got out instead of... Hold on. There we go. Lord. I didn't get in my SRV. I don't have my controller booted up, so... Give me a moment. Repair, and down, and deploy. There we go. Meet me over at that geyser that's nearby, if you want. Oh, I don't think anybody added it to the after action report. Darn, I forgot what it was. It was, oh yeah, add. Oh wait, we decided not to do that. It was going to be add station. Oh, there you are. Come on, do some donuts with me, Injured. Swing around the geyser. It was add station to the station, sorry, system to the station. But you guys said it would be better if it actually told you where I was right now. It had not occurred to me. I didn't think it was possible, but it was one of those things where I realized that, oh wait, I could do it. So I'll try to remember to get around to that. I wouldn't want that in after action anyway. How is on foot in the Simstarr? That's a good question. Let's go ahead and do it now, because part of this challenge is that I have to get out. So we'll get out right now, and I'll just use keyboard and mouse. You can see it just zeroes out. What you're seeing me at right now is 0. And here I stepped on the geyser.
Dangerously low temperature detected.
That's the first time this has ever happened. Am I going to die here? Am I going to space? Oh, I'm so glad you asked this. This is great. Oh no. Oh no. I know I'm over 3,000 kilometers away because my ship flew away. I'm still going, guys. I'm still going. Yeah, I'm getting a low temperature warning. You think? I can see that this planet is round. I'm so damn high. Will I be able... It looks like I'm coming down now. Will I be able to control this landing? I'm thinking I probably can control this landing. If I'm careful, but I've never done this before. Oh, yeah, shields up. Oh, that's a great idea. Yes, let's do that. On foot. Shield grenade. Shields.
Shield activated.
Can I slow myself down enough? I mean, I'm using it up instantly, so probably going to die here. Well, thanks for coming on, Cry. We're here from 11 a.m.
You're the only
oh
one
my
who
God.
gets me, Commander. The crew doesn't stand a chance.
Stop trying to get my goat. Can't you see I'm in a life or death situation here? And now. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, man. I did turn on my shields. Shields were on. I did use my jetpack. Jetpack was activated. I was coming in at too much of a terminal velocity. I wasn't able to slow myself. Yeah. Oh, I could just rejoin my ship. That's fun. That's going to destroy my SRV, but still. I've never done this before. That's pretty neat. All right. All right, Ark. That absolutely counts. Has grounded, go on the ground, do a donut, and spit on the ground. That's it. We're out of here.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3,
That's one way to get off a planet.
1. Engage.
A whole new meaning to terminal velocity. Oh, and our next drop is Jameson too, so that works out. Okay. I no longer have an SRV. Oh, it respawns in my ship. Nice. Didn't expect that.
The star we are approaching is scoopable. We have reached our target destination.
Anybody need anything at Jameson? I'm only here because I'm in open. We're going to touch down at Jameson. I don't think there's anything I need. Oh, you know what? I'll buy another Guardian frameshift booster and then have it mailed back. Because every time you're here, this is the easy way to get them. Yeah, don't forget to click like if you're liking the stream. Don't forget to click follow. We are only at 563 followers on Twitch, which is kind of embarrassing since I'm at almost 30,000 followers on YouTube, because I ignored Twitch for like 8 months. But you know what? If you're watching the stream, guys, I really would appreciate a follow over there. It does help, because some people don't take it seriously unless you're a Twitch guy. And when they see those low numbers, they're not going to believe me that I'm doing better. So I'd appreciate it if you did that. Restock that SRV. I have one. I didn't have to restock it. You know, earlier on, Nibbler had reminded me about Dragon Con. It looks unlikely that I'm going to be able to do that Star Trek experience recreation. Universal Studios Florida used to have a Star Trek extra add-on for $20. They'd make you a VHS tape if you hanging out with Captain Kirk. I'm working with another YouTuber to get that footage to me so I can do it, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it in time, so it'll probably have to wait till next year. But it is a dream of mine to recreate a major theme park attraction in the wild for real, and that is the closest I've ever been. So the other one is Back to the Future: The Ride. I'm very close to being able to do that as well. We set ourselves a date in the middle of July. If he's not able to deliver by then I'll schedule it for next year.
Station fact is available.
Core Dynamics Sierra India.
We're at Jameson Memorial. She mentioned that there's a station fact available, and there very much is. This is a relatively famous station because it's named after the original player
29
character
is
from
located
the original
when
Elite
entering
game.
the slot with green lights to your right.
Orca. Jim Chow. Not a player. I will have to admit, when the end of this stream is over, there's an hour left of our stream, and when it's over, I will have to admit that you can operate an open without being ganked. Although, based on the chatter we had earlier, oh, hello! There's a real player.
Landing gear deployed.
You can tell he's a real player because he's got Commander in his name. So that's Commander Lenny. Hi, Commander Lenny.
Commander Laney 23. Clear. Deadly. Cobra Mark 5.
That was an impressive entrance into the station. I was just about to say that it doesn't look like they could see us. I got the impression that they did want to shoot at us, but they weren't able to because we weren't in the same instance. But they didn't shoot at us, did they? So if I get through the whole session without getting shot at, I will say that maybe open isn't as bad as I thought it was. Elite 1984 is nuts. The NES version especially only works on PAL. Is that why I've never played Elite 1? I've played Elite 2. Is Elite 1 not a DOS game? He was with us at the SRPs. I only saw one. I'm sorry, guys, that I'm so unobservant that I haven't noticed you guys. My bad. I hope my being there is enough. Right, so, yeah, we're fully stocked. We're going to go into outfitting. And we're going to buy a Guardian frame shift booster. I know I already have one. We're going to buy another one. And this is because the next time we want one, we can make it available on at our system. Remember this, guys. Bi-weave shield generator. Got to remember I have that. All right. It's under F4. Fuel scoops, fuel tanks, flight assist, FSD boosters. Yes, I would like a 5-1, please.
Commander, I recommend you quit and then reopen outfitting once you have completed your module changes, in order for me to accurately track the stored modules.
And I would like a 4. And I would like a 3. This making sense what I'm doing, guys? Okay. We want... What was it? It was shielding, right? It was a bi-weave shield. Oh, you know what? We can go to back. We can go to stored modules. And this, oops. Stored modules, and it will be shield generators. Bi-weave shield generator, equip. Here we go. And, oh, didn't actually equip it. And we'll go back here and we will put our FSD booster on. We'll buy a new one. That way we have one in reserve. We'll mail these back to Simstarr Station is the point, and then we'll have them back at home when we want to swap them out. Elite was originally made on the BBC Micro and the Acorn, but then got ported to every home computer. Okay. Elite 1 was for microcomputers, NX Spectrum, stuff like that. I only know about that in theory because I've never actually experienced a ZX Spectrum. You're thinking of upgrading your Cobra Mark V to a different multi-purpose ship. I'm sorry, that got cut off. I didn't see the second part. You tried the Mandalay, but you don't like any tips. Well, you might like this Kestrel. It just came out for free. I mean, it just came out for in-game credits. So I'd give the Kestrel a try if you're enjoying the Cobra. My all-rounder, though, is the Caspian Explorer. It's super good. It's got a large landing pad, but other than that, it's awesome. You always need more modules. Exactly. You were able to take your Kestrel across the bubble in 9 jumps using a 4H booster. Yeah, that's good. You're still walking the Cobra Mark V. It's awesome. Yeah, it is pretty good. You want to find a better small ship? I don't know, man. I really like this Kestrel. If you can't see each other in open play, you need to activate UPnP through the modern interface. What? Through the modem interface. We're not talking about Elite 1985. What didn't you like from the Mandalay? I didn't like the Mandalay because it had that big-ass beak on it. I didn't like the Cobra because it's a little too small for me. It's a little too unarmed for me. The Kestrel makes a difference because its thrusters make up for it. So I no longer have to fiddle around with thruster support. I'm able to just point myself in the right direction. That's why I like it. You got the Crate Mark II, but you don't like as much combat. Try out the Kestrel. It's available now. I'd try it out if I were you. Okay, we are setting course back to Project Simstarr, the station. The Slaver Station.
Setting course for Col 285 sector, PZ.
So I'll show you guys right now. Let's switch over to this. I'll show you guys why I like the Kestrel.
Commander, if you reopen the commodities list at our current station, I will access its commodity prices and check for the best available commodities.
This right here. Look at how fast that feature is. That is zippy, man. Hey guys. Right between you. Whoosh. Whoosh. But yeah, look what I can do with the boost is on. Look at that. That's what the boost does for me. And I gotta be honest, it's better. It's better for me with the controls that I have currently than it was to use the thumb option for the thrusters. That's because I'm using the yaw, I'm using the throttle, I'm using roll and pitch. All of my hands are full, and so I have to do thrusters with my right and left, with my right thumb. And this is way, way, way better. All right, how many jumps we got? We got 7 jumps back to Project Simstarr, and we've got enough time to drop off a little bit more to our stations.
You are clear of station restrictions. This is traffic operation.
You are clear of the no fire zone.
This is engineered a bit, yeah. What do I think of the open play experience? I haven't been swayed. I am open to like being swayed, but I haven't enjoyed it much. Like, no, let me reword it. It has not increased my enjoyment, but it has increased my anxiety as I expected it to. I will admit that you guys have not attacked me in open, and I thought for sure someone would do it just to say they did it. That has not happened, and I have to admit that. But again, somebody in the chat said they wanted to. They were like, I don't see you in open, I don't see you in open. I think they also kind of called his name, so I think they wanted to shoot us, but couldn't. But at the end of the day, how has open been for me? I prefer the Simstarr instance, because that way, anyone we encounter knows who I am and knows I'm doing a stream. So if they decide to gank me, they can do it in the open, in the private server, and they will at least know it's happening on the stream. In open, anyone can do it, and I don't find that to be a game feature. That makes sense to you. So yeah, I don't think I'll be hanging out in open very often.
Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
I want to say you're right. Only gankers complain about it, except that the guys that came over because they didn't like what I had to say and started fighting on the other side did encounter some of my crew in open. They did not engage in combat with them. They just did it together. So I can't just throw them under the bus and say that's what they want. Although I think that's fundamentally what they want. I mean, the only reason you'd want to be an open instead of my private instance is that I have a no PvP. Don't do PvP on my server. I'm not actually stopping you from doing it, but don't do it, right? Because I'll kick you out if you do. That's the only real difference. So I have to say that you got to be like pro ganker if that's what's happening, right? You'd have to be. I don't see a position in which you're not and demand that open be played. Because a private instance makes more sense when you're doing a live stream. Most people don't play in open. Not just most streamers, most people don't. Yeah, griefers just want to grief because they don't have any friends, possibly. But I saw them in open, griefing, and they had people with them. He was teaching a.
As is the subsequent star.
He was teaching another group.
If you feel the need.
I'm sorry, he was teaching a new guy the ropes, but I guess he was like, "And here's how you kill a nude."
Unidentified bioscience. Commander.
Oh, I forgot. We don't have enough fuel to get places. And we're probably about to jump into some areas that don't have it. Oh, no, we're fine, actually. Yeah, we'll charge a little bit more, but we don't have to worry about it like we did before.
Frameshift drive charging.
Now, we've talked about this a lot, DSM. You're saying that background simulation and power play stuff should only be affected by open. I strongly disagree, because what's happening right now shows that is not necessary. They didn't like the fact that I said it's fine to do background stuff enclosed, so they showed up to our system to fight us just because I think that. And they won. They're winning that war. I don't see why being an open would affect that. They want to have combat. I don't want to have combat. They came over and they changed the background simulation to their liking. So if being in a private group unbalanced the system like you're claiming it did, then those guys wouldn't be able to beat us like they're beating us. And they are beating us pretty good. It does happen to be tied right now, but they are able to change the background simulation in our private system explicitly against our will. It's even. It's not a thing. What you guys think is a thing is not a thing. Sorry for judging, but that is a 1A fuel scoop. Yeah, it's a tiny fuel scoop. This is a combat vessel. I don't use it for traveling. I mean, I'm traveling right now, but I don't use it for traveling. So I only have the fuel scoop on there just in case.
This star isn't scoopable, but we can scoop at the star after this.
Yeah, there are people that will leave if you start beating them. That's true. Yeah, we can agree to disagree. I'm with you on that.
Jump from Cole 285 sector PZ-C B2.
Although what we can't agree to disagree on is the fact that the background simulation is not unbalanced towards people in private. It's just not, because I'm showing you that it's not. That's a thing I can show you, and if a fact, if an evidence supports a fact, that's all there is to it. There's no disagreeing about that. Now, I could go to open and I could shoot them down, but I don't want to. That's the part that you guys don't understand. I would rather lose the war than go into combat with another player. I do not want to fight another player under any circumstances. I want them to do what they're doing and me to do what I'm doing. That is the only way that I'll do any kind of combat, and even that I dislike.
Warning, fuel levels now at 8.9%.
Welcome back to Project Simstarr.
There is a potential for military
It's a suburb of the bubble, so it's not fun.
Commander.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Yeah, let's go find Raxla. That we'll do another Raxla search in the near future, guys. We haven't done enough exploring in the last couple of months because we've been working on the Simstarr system. But we've just about wrapped that up one way or another. This war will be over today, and that'll be the end of that, one way or another. And then we will. Oh, Benedictine. This is an NPC. This is Imperial Navy. We'll have that beat one way or another, and we'll move on. But then operations is here, and obviously I want to try operations. That's the thing I'm definitely into. So that'll take up the next two streams. So maybe the week after that we'll finally be able to go to Raxa. I haven't decided where we're going to look for it next though. So if you guys got suggestions on the general area in which I should search for Raxa, let me know. But people may not want to keep doing BGS in private when they could be attacked by an open player. We agree with that, my friend, but I don't think you understand what you're saying. What you're actually saying is people wouldn't want to play the game. You know what else? You know what else would stop people from playing the background simulation is that the background simulation wasn't any fun to play. I mean it. I'm not trying to be derogative there. This is set up in a way that people find fun. Overwhelmingly find fun. Like you are provably in the minority in what you're saying. But I don't want to do combat. That's like saying that if they removed mining from the game, there'd be more PvP, right? There'd be less mining if you could only do mining in open. What does that even mean? What are you talking about? I don't want to do PvP. It's not a game mechanic I want to engage in. But you're not insisting that I do mining. You're insisting I only do combat. I don't want to do combat. Now, if it was a player interdiction, I'd be dead. How would you say the Kestrel Mark II is compared to the Vulture? Oh, it's hands down the best, the better of them. The Vulture's okay, but it doesn't. This is the only small ship I actually play regularly because it's so maneuverable because of its zippy thrusters. I'm sorry I'm not explaining my point properly, but if open was the only way to control the background simulation, there would simply be less background simulation control. But I want to point out again that we're trying to remove slavery from Project Simstarr. That's our goal. Now, we have a legit interest and beef with the background simulation, not with other players. Role-play-wise, that's what we're trying to do, and it's fun. Other players are here because they want combat. They're here to disrupt our ability to remove slavery from the station because they want to force us to fight them. Not because they want slavery on the station, but because they want a fight. These are two different things, two different goals. And one of them is absolutely not made more fun, better, or enhanced by the other. The PvP guys get their PvP, but the guys that want to roleplay don't get to remove slavery. You see what I'm saying? So the background simulation is not inherently PvP, because what's happening right now is proof of it. We're doing it in private, they're doing it in open, and they are winning. And they're winning against our will, and we're not able to do what we want to do because they want to fight other people. They're playing a meta game, we're playing a lore game. One would have to bend to the other. So your insistence that PvP enhances the game, provably not true. It doesn't, because what we're trying to do is being hindered by a game mechanic we don't want. Let's say they're a smaller group than ours. Okay. Then we would win and they would lose. I'm not sure. What if the other players want slavery? Yeah, if the other players want slavery, they can do what they're doing right now.
Securing the perimeter.
Yeah, it encourages different play styles. So how it works right now is the correct way to do it. That's what we're saying. All right, let's take a moment and bring all of our ships over here. Current location.
System sweep initiated.
Enter the ship to this location. Confirm. Enter this location. Confirm. Yeah, let's say that they actually had a vested interest in wanting. Let's not say the empire. Let's not say slavery. Let's say they had a vested interest in keeping the empire in control of this system, and they came over and they wanted to do it, and we were bigger than they were. Then they would lose. That's how that currently works. That is the game mechanic as it is designed right now. Let's say they were in open, right? We were all in open, and they wanted to stop us, but we were bigger than they are. They would lose. That's how that works. That's how the game works right now. The ability to do it by mining, by delivery, by diplomacy, by buying in-game credits. Those are all things you can do that don't involve PvP. So PvP is a small instance. If they wanted to make the Empire win in good faith, they could do it right now. If they're not big enough to do it, then they can't do it. You've seen small squadrons beat bigger squadrons. Sure. That's probably what's happening now. There's probably 6 dudes that are constantly farming all day, all night. They're constantly farming and open. So I can only stop them while I'm here, and it's only 4 hours a day for 2 days a week. So I could stop them for 8 hours from winning, but then they've got the rest of the day to go farm in open, and I wouldn't be able to stop them. So what you're suggesting now is that I use my clout as a streamer. You're suggesting that I go in and I say, rally everyone, defend this place. And you're thinking, yeah, now we have a battle. But everybody was doing something else that they would prefer to do. And they had to stop that to come over to fight these guys. And that is not something we want to do. So now there's combat happening. And remember, we don't want to have combat. That we don't want that. So yeah, that's it's not affected by being an open or closed. That's just how the background simulation works. So it's just an objective fact that the background simulation is not PvP required, because PvP isn't the only way to do it in open or in closed. Is your system a cane system? No, we're too far away from the Alliance. We're not a cane system. I want to keep it closed, actually, from now on. I'm sorry, an independent system. I support Nikado Kane, and I want to continue to do that, but I would prefer the Simstarr system to stay independent if I can. I don't know if I can, because I just noticed it was an independent system with Yuri Grom in it, so we'll see. You know how the BGS works, but if we go back through the comments, you're saying that it should be PvP, that if it was in open, it would be better. And the disagreement we're having is if it would be better. And my answer is no. So I didn't think you didn't know how the BGS works. I think that you don't know how PvP works. We disagree on what the nature of that is and why it's good and better. PvP is a mechanic just like mining is a mechanic or delivery is a mechanic. It's just another mechanic. And you're saying that mechanic should be mandatory. It would sound crazy to you if I told you the only way you could fairly move the BSG is with deliveries. If I told you that mining was the only way to do it, you would say, why? I don't want to do that. But I said, nope, mining must be a mandatory part. What if you had a whole bunch of people that wanted to mine? That doesn't make any sense. You want to do deliveries instead. You want to do combat instead. That's what you're saying. You're saying that this game mechanic must be mandatory, and I'm saying it's inherently not right now, and it shouldn't be anyway. And even the people that want it aren't using it that way because of BGS, which you understand. You do understand that. It's just you want to fight is what's happening.
On patrol, scanning for hostiles. Adjuncts ready. No hostiles sighted. All hands on standby.
How does playing an open limit the real methods? There we go. That's the heart of it. How does playing an open limit the other methods? Because if you're playing an open, you have to stop the other methods and engage in PvP. Okay? If you're playing an open, you have to stop the mechanic you want to do and do the mechanic you don't want to do, which is combat. So instead of delivering 12,000 tons of something with no shields, I have to have shields so I can escape you. Not an NPC, you, right? You are the problem in this scenario. Combat would become a layer on top of absolutely everything we did on absolutely every other game mechanic. because you can avoid an NPC, but you can't avoid a real player. If you played an open, PvP combat would become a mandatory game mechanic that would take up at a minimum 33% of your time. So you're saying that we should put this overhead on there to do things we don't want to do.
Incoming message.
You have manipulated tons of BGS and open, and you have seen literally less than 10% PvP. Okay, so 10% then. I said 30%. You're saying 10%. So now there's 10% of a game mechanic that I don't want to have that's forced on me not by the game, not by the NPCs, but by another person on this planet that doesn't want me to play the game in the way that I want to play it. It's a 10% overhead by your own words. Why? Let me twist the question on you. Why should I add 10% of a game I don't want to have for you? Why should I do that? Why should you have a 10% greater say in how I play the game than you do right now? Because that's what you're asking for. You're saying 10% of this game should be dedicated to the way I want to play it. And I'm asking you now why you think that's fair. All right, we are headed back to Amos Depot. That's true. Elite Dangerous would not be where it is now if it was played exclusively in open, because most people don't want to do it. One of the proofs of that is that Operations is probably going to be a success when CQC was not. CQC died out because people were good and people weren't good, and there wasn't an interest in it. But over on Operations, where it's a collaborative thing, people are going to probably enjoy that quite a bit. So I've gone to Project Simstarr and I moved all my ships over. But now I'm going back over to Amos to pick up the Panther Clipper so we can continue to do drop-offs for the day. See, Kai keeps wanting to turn it into a negative, but he's saying go to the forums and have a fight with folks. I don't have to. They come to me, man. They're coming to my system and starting a fight I don't want to have. They come into my shorts and start a fight I don't want to have. They're here in my chat right now, arguing for a position that I disagree with. You know, they're coming to me. But they're not coming to me mean, man. Most people aren't mean. Some people are, but most people aren't. They just want to play the game they want to play. Cobra 3 Space Trucker, what's this about no shields? Man, real truckers don't have shields. Forcing open, but of adding a way to avoid PvP would have been a better design. I would argue that that is what we've got. The only thing open gives you is combat. That's the only thing it adds. So by opening an instance in which you don't invite PvP is what is the solution. So you can do it in solo, you can do it with friends, or you can do it in open. And when you do it in open, you get PvP. So if you want to avoid PvP, you do it in an instance. I would argue that that it's balanced pretty well. Like with turning a PvP flag on. No, that wouldn't work either, because these guys think we should be in open so they can stop me from doing deliveries. So, for example, if they didn't want me to finish building my stations up, they would insist that they could come here and shoot me out of the sky and make me lose all my trucker stuff. If I had a flag that said no PvP, that would be exactly the same as being in an instance where there's no PvP.
Commander, landing pad 27 is located at 1 o'clock at the front when entering the slot.
I would argue that that's just an instance with extra steps.
Landing gear deployed.
No, I don't think you're being mean, no. Kai's talking about taking the meanest versions of the argument. You know, you're saying you should want to have this as a danger, but there are other people that say you need to get good noob. You don't do it because you're a coward, right? That's a mean way to say it, and they mean it when they say that, and that's what he's talking about. Yeah, you can get interdiction from other players in private. Oh, no, those are NPCs that do that. NPCs pull you out with interdictions. In open, we can make convoys. Now, see, that's the thing. Again, what you're suggesting is that I make a game mechanic I don't want to do, a mandatory thing, and then I I make up for it by bringing even more of it into the game. I don't want that. There is a commercial that I've been seeing a lot lately that says, "Oh, are you getting AI spam? Hire our anti-AI spam bot, because the only way to beat AI is with more AI." So there are two ways I could do it. I could do no combat and just avoid it, or I could have more combat to avoid the combat. I don't want the overhead. The last time you played an open, you got scrubbed like a noob. Well, obviously, I'm doing all right. People aren't blowing me out of the sky, so I have to admit that. You can see PvPers in the world of WoW, but they can't attack you unless they flag a ship. Well, I can see them. Sometimes they spawn in anyway. Isn't power play supposed to be like a politics situation? In that context, it would make sense for other powers to affect you actions directly, but they can affect my actions directly. That's what I'm saying. They are in my system right now, undermining what we want to do without shooting me in the face. They're shooting other people in the face, NPCs, in order to raise the influence of a faction that we don't want to influence. That is happening. So if you want to talk about politics, that's what's happening. You know what doesn't happen in politics? Showing up and shooting the politician in the face. That's a rare thing to happen, and there are ways to stop that. One of those ways is to say, no, you can't bring guns in here, right? So that's what we're saying. You can't bring guns in here. So yeah, it's a politics simulation, but violence is only one of the options. And you can still do violence. You just can't do it directly to me, because it's a game, man, and it's a game I don't want to play.
System sweep initiated.
Oh yeah, you get the chat. Yeah, they can interact with me that way too. They can type in the chat, "You suck," and I would definitely see it if I'm in private or not. That would make the galaxy seem a lot more alive. Not to me. I don't want a galaxy in which real people want to fight me. Because I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if I put a fun enough point on it. See this gray? See this gray right here? I am old enough to have fought in real battles and to have lost people. And I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to debate on the internet. I don't want to debate on this stream. I want to do real change and actually do things that change things. I do not want to engage in that kind of hostility. If I know a real person is fighting me, I give up and I let them win their game. Go ahead. I don't like sports for the same reason. I don't want to. I don't need that stress. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. So would it feel more alive? No, it would feel more violent, because they would be there, and then I would have to get my guys to be there, and then there would be more conflict, which is only one of like 10 different kinds of game modes. So the way that it's set up now, and it is set up this way now, is that you can play it however you want. And the hard fact is that I can speak for myself. I don't want to do combat with a real person at all under any circumstances. Pretty much across the board, in real life and in fantasy. I don't want to do it. It is too stressful for me. I'm out. I'm an old man now. Just checking. What's the system? Here you go, right here, sir. That is where we are right now. It is located in Cole 285 Sector PZZ-C B27-6. Yeah, you choose to win through economic power. If you have more money than other folk, you can hire the best to buy your way out, which is exactly what we did to start this war twice. That is a completely good option, and that works in real politics as well. It's time to check the auctions. Thank you, Nibbler. Thank you very much for that, because I did want to check the auction. Do you guys remember last week there was an auction that there was a basically a STEM a gaming center for kids that had a whole bunch of equipment from the 2016 era, from when VR was new, and it had managed to get this far, but it finally went out of business, and they liquidated everything and sold it at auction immediately. Those guys went under at the end of the month, and at the middle of the month, and 2 weeks later, this stuff is gone. That's what's happening right now. So we were taking a look at it, and I was making my predictions on how much things would sell. I said that the chairs, the Simstarr style 2-seaters, would probably sell for less than 100. I said these guys would probably sell for 1,000. It's a little bit off. The cave system, the 3-screen system, sold for 1,200 and 950. There were 3 of those. These were neat, and the reason they sold so well is because they came with the projectors and the computers and everything you needed. The different simulator chairs, sold for anywhere from $400 to $500. That's a good deal because those are like $900, $1,500 chairs. I don't think any of them have motion, but they are very good simulator chairs. This rotator is rare, but it's worth more than $277. Let's get to the ones that I liked. The egg chairs that I talk about so much. Those egg chairs went for 336, 193, 183, 292, and 300. So let's say anywhere from 250 to $300. Now the shit that's inside of these chairs is worth more than that, and it's individuals. The difference. Let's go back to this one real quick. These pylons here, the ones that give me motion, the same engines are in these. There are three of these. There are three of these in this, and you could get three of those per buy, and each one of those is worth $350 to $600 because the engine and the driver for it are what's valuable. But people didn't know that. So if you wanted to follow my example, like the short that I released like yesterday, the day before, where I was talking about how it's possible to find this stuff, this is how you find this stuff right now. And they have 5 of those that sold. The Omni treadmills are cool, but I'm not too into them anymore. That's about the going price. So these sold for about as much as they're actually worth. Did you get that Xbox console? No, I didn't get anything. Oh, can you get there through Xbox console? No, you can't. You can't join us in the fight on Xbox because what you do doesn't affect the background simulation. I'm afraid. Sorry about that. I do want to recommend you maybe switch to PC because this is how you do it. That's actually a great segue back to this. So yeah, here's the VR ones, but let's go to the regular PCs. Hold on. I'll find one. Let me see. I know there's at least one here.
Securing the perimeter. Holding the line.
Some computers, but not quite what I'm looking for. Those are monitors. There we go. $280 for this computer system here. Came with the keyboard, the mouse, and the PC. And that PC is a Republics of Gamers PC. What is its stats? It is AMD Ryzen processor. It says dedicated graphics. So I guess they pulled the video card out. It doesn't show the RAM, but I know I'm willing to bet money that this is better than the computer that I'm running right now. So my point is, if you're on Xbox and you want to affect the game in Elite, buying another computer that can run it and switching from Xbox to PC is not killer expensive. It'll probably cost you $250 total to get a computer that can run this thing because this game is 11 years old, so you don't need the newest equipment. Okay, so those are the auctions. Let's see the ones I actually bid on. Hold on. I bid like $1 on these. I didn't expect to win any of them, but you never know. Oh wait, I can't click that button. I'm not signed in on this account. So yeah, I think that's about it for this auction. It's over now. There's not much you can do. But I just wanted to show you guys that if you keep your eyes open and you keep searching, you can find the kind of things that I'm using for cheap. And this is the best example I've seen in a while. So that's how that works. Oh, and one other thing about that, of course, is when there are 5 of those egg chairs, right? They're going to, at least one of them is going to roll it into their garage, keep it there for 3 years, and then finally decide they're done with it. And they're going to put it up at the same price they bought it for $300. And then you're going to say, hey, I'll give you this thing I've got. I'll trade you for it. Or you're going to say, hey, I'll give you $100. And they go, I just want it out of my house. I know this because I have one over there for free. So that's how they get disseminated into the world. That's how you could find one of these if you're lucky. So yeah, just thought I would take a moment to talk about that. Alternatively, you could introduce a system where open play is mandatory, but the player can activate PvP. I'm still arguing that's what they're doing because there are guys that want to engage with me in open right now. I'm in open, they're in open, and they haven't done it. They're not able to see me. Sorry. So we have an instance that you can join, and there's no guarantee that you'll actually see me in that instance. So I'm saying that that open is the answer to that. Open is choosing PvP, and closed is saying no thank you to PvP, and that's it. So when people are arguing that PvP is inherently important, I just disagree, because the only thing you're wanting to do is fight other people. That's a game mechanic. I know you need two people to do it, but since I don't want to do it, I don't need you. You see what I'm saying? So I get why you would disagree with that, but no, the system as it works right now, I think is pretty brilliant and fair. You're jumping in. I've swung you around, even though I said I wasn't gonna. You're gonna join the IDA in a battle right now. Well, you're doing it at a good time. There's only a couple of hours left.
This is a routine patrol. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you for the follow, Happy Moon Monkey. 07, my friend. Welcome. Thanks for the follow, and thanks for liking the setup. They like my chair. It is hot out here, guys. Okay.
Holding the line. Jump point Delta reached.
Seconds.
Awaiting further
Just checking
orders.
some messages real quick. All right, so we are in Ames Depot. We are in our Panther Mark II. We're almost at the end of the day, so we can do pretty much one more of these deliveries, and then we'll call it a day. I am still in open. If you guys are craving a fight, if you don't see me, try logging in and out a couple of times. Oh, I guess that's what I'll do as well.
The line.
Do I have water here? Textiles, waste, chemicals, no items, foods. What do they put water under? They put it under a food?
Hostiles.
Water purifiers.
We have a friend request from Commander Makashi.
Okay, we'll do titanium.
Holding the line.
Oh, I haven't actually switched to my Panther. 1 second. My bad. Jumper services. I need to make a YouTube video on my tire setup and all the equipment that I use. It's hard to see what you got. Well, ask a question. What do you want to see? Let me drop this in for you. Here are all my shorts that I've made, and I've tried to show close-ups on those. I know vertical isn't the best, but I try. Oh, somebody else must have typed it in as well. No, it's just showed it separately. I'm not sure why. Anyway, that link will show you the shorts that are relevant, I think. But feel free to ask a question, and I'll break it down, and that'll end up becoming a short. I know I need to work on this old sim. That is my video series about it, but I just haven't had the time. Also, those videos don't get a lot of views while the shorts do, so I'm incentivized to the other. An empty cargo hold means an empty head. Yeah, that's right. Let's fill our head with good stuff then. All right, Panther Clipper. Use this ship.
Holding the line.
We're aboard Trudeau, your Panther Clipper Mark II.
Okay, commodities market.
The
Let's just do
maximum
more
jump range for
titanium.
this ship is 40.13 light
All
years.
hands on standby.
Fine.
Holding the line.
Now, after this war is over, if you guys feel like you want to participate in Project Simstarr, delivering stuff to these stations to build them is I think a fun way to do that, a non-combat way to do that. So if you guys want to help build the system up to be as good as it can be, that's what we're actively doing. Once those guys got involved with the war, we just switched over to doing that. So if you want to do that, you can. Even GTA Online has private lobbies. That's true. Now there's a PvP game. I have a funny story about that. I enjoyed playing Grand Theft Auto so much, I decided to go into the online section. This was many years ago. I spawned in a bunch of children. I know they were children because I could hear their voices. Drove over in a fire truck, ran me over again, laughed, and then left. I mean, that's what happened as soon as I faded in. And I was like, okay, I'm done. Whoa. I forgot I was in the I forgot I was in the Clipper instead of the Kestrel, and they have very different navigation profiles. There we go.
Taking damage.
And through. So yeah, that's my experience with online play. Red Dead Online should have that. I had to change the router MTU settings to create a private lobby. Oh, that's interesting. You're used to finding YouTubers with a video showing dedicated. I've tried. There are a couple of videos about that. If you go to my videos and you scroll down, You'll find me doing this old sim where I describe it a little bit. But really, I've found that the video, the short where I talk about the basics of telemetry, kind of answers those questions. But you should ask a question, man. That'll turn into a short. Oh, it's Gabby. Hi, Gabby. Yeah, it's hot out here. What's that read? 92? 93? I'm almost done. What's going on? By yourself? Well, if you wait to 15 minutes, I can go with you. Yeah, I can go with you. What do you think? It is 2:44. Okay. I'm going to go with Gabby, take care of that stressful thing we got going on. So, I forgot where I was going. Oh, I haven't set it up yet. That's why. 1 second. We are going to this big station that needs lots and lots of titanium. We'll do this drop off. I'll head back to Project Simstarr, and that's where we'll call it a day, I think, because as you can see, I've got something I got to go take care of. Yeah, in the Clipper, put the targeting at the top of the mail slot. Yeah, I actually forgot I was not in the Kestrel. The main difference is that the Clipper takes a long time to recover from its top to come down, right? And that's what I forgot. So I went shooting up and shooting forward, and I forgot that it's not going to stop. I needed to give it less gas because we've just done so much stuff on the Clipper. Well, I appreciate you guys coming in and making the argument for PvP. And I'm sorry that I've been so stubborn about it. I've been so no. But what I'm really fighting against is fighting in PvP. I don't want to do it. So if you made that a mandatory part of this game, I probably wouldn't play it. I've made that point before, is that this is a flight simulator. And when you build a flight simulator, you want things to do. And doing that with NPCs is better than doing that against real people, because you're just trying. Sometimes you want action, sometimes you don't. And that's where to do it. So swaying me on this is going to be difficult, because I don't want to do PvP under any circumstance. The only exception to that is right here. It shows us your ranks, and I've got completely helpless CQC. Eventually, I'm going to want to raise that. So we'll probably have some fun CQC games just to get us up to elite at some point. But that day is not this day. Biggest time to change Project Cinder light vest versus the jacket with this heat. Yeah. Well, this is actually my lightest one. This is my most comfortable one. I'm just saying, I'm glad you guys came here and you were arguing against. I want to say that you're not seen as being difficult. Yes, I've been at open this entire time and no bad things happened, with one exception. You were saying that you couldn't see me. I don't know what your intention was. I'm also on the stream specifically goading you guys, so you could just be deciding not to fight me. You can't think of a single flight simulator where there isn't combat. Yeah, PvE though, not PvP. Some people assume when they see this machine, they assume it's performance enhancing, which I've never really understood. This is performance dehancing. It makes the game more difficult to play. So if you're on a keyboard and mouse, you could definitely whip me. Meaning that I don't have a lot of incentive to play, because why would I do that? I'm trying to fly the ship, not get whooped by somebody on a keyboard and mouse, right? Oh, it wasn't you that was doing that? Somebody was eager to see me. Somebody was eager to see me in open. I'm not sure why. Is the development team working on bringing PvP, PvE, protected open world online? They are already. There is one. You could just join a private instance. If you join a private instance, you're sure to see the same amount of people you would have anyway, because there's a limited amount of people available on the server, and you could just decide not to have PvP. A flight simulator for a passenger craft? Oh, that's more common. Yeah, it's more common to have people flying Airbuses and pretending like they're captains of a 747 than there is people flying A-10s and pretending that they are in combat. Project Warthog is one of those people. Project Warthog drives an A-10 in DCS, and if I'm not mistaken, spends most of his time flying the ship, very little time playing PvP. PvE. And as far as I know, he doesn't engage in real people at all. Maybe he does. I don't know. Well, you can mine in any ship. He's saying, does he have to wait till he gets a bigger one? No, you can mine in any ship. I prefer the Type 11 personally, because I think it makes mining more fun. But any ship can mine for you. Yeah, you're eager to see being open because you believe the game would be stronger if most people played an Ocean. But I fundamentally disagree with you, because you're watching the stream, right? You could just join the Project Simstarr instance, see the Project Simstarr stream, and see 10 people flying around. That's as many as you would see anyway. But you could also just join a really big instance. Like, you could join Drew Wagner's stream. He's got thousands of people in there. There's no PvP there either. Okay, that's done. We did it, guys. Okay. So I'm going to set a course back to Project Simstarr. Going to get the Kestrel mail back over because we're moving our flag back over the base named after the stream. And that's where we're going to call it a day. We will probably end up going over to General Berserker's stream because I got a notification that he had started, because he's also in this system, also fighting. I don't know if he's an open or not, actually. Yeah, private groups. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about subscriptions all the way. The Nibbler was reminding me about subscriptions. We talked about them already. I'm actually feeling really good about how many subscriptions I'm getting on YouTube. But I think my followers on Twitch are kind of embarrassing. So hopefully you guys can click a follow on there. Do I have a Discord server? Yes, I do. That's right, yeah. We talked about motion simulation. We talked about the game. We talked about this war. Yep. It's actually growing pretty big. People are having conversations on that part of. That's how you know you made it. Your solution would be to have a lot of positive people that drown out the gankers. That's not the way human nature works. That's not the way we're going to find it, man. Because as I mentioned before, he's like, oh, it would only happen 10% of the time. Well, that's 10% I'm not getting that I have to add to that. So it doesn't incentivize you to do that. There's no ground combat in the system. There's ground combat here at Project Simstarr. Unless the war is over, there's ground combat. I'll take a look at it before I go. Show you guys where it's at. One of the cool things about Simstarr is it's a little bit difficult to get to. I actually like that. Since it orbits between the ring and the planet, there's a lot of gravity you have to navigate. I think that's kind of neat. I didn't like it at first, but that's why we're building a welcome center. So if you need to do something in a hurry, you can hit the welcome center. But if you want to get to the Sanctum Sanctorium, if you want to get to the Fortress of Solitude, you got to put a little bit of effort into it. I like that. What do I think about the Nomad SLF? I'm excited. I really like it. I prefer to drive my SRV on the ground. So if I had an option to have an SRV that could also do what the Nomad could do, I would prefer that. But this is a good compromise. When that comes out, well, that's tomorrow, actually. I'm going to have a lot of fun doing that. I mentioned Rexla. I mentioned wanting to go out into the black. That's what we'll do. We'll go out in the black and go exo biohunting. Yeah, in about 24 hours. Actually less, probably more like 12. Yeah, in about 12 hours we're going to see that. That new update screws up my game, though. I lose telemetry. I'm still debating. You know what? I'll decide when I'm done with this thing that me and Gabby have to go do. We have to go talk to the tax office. It's important. Like, oh God, I have to go talk to the tax office. Important. I'm going to go do that. And depending on what my stress levels are after we have that conversation, I will go to, I will decide if I'm going to do a stream tomorrow. So keep your eye open on the YouTube page. If you see a stream scheduled, you'll know I'm doing it.
Set her down on landing pad 24, Commander.
12 hours the update starts. It's going to take about 7 to 9 hours for the update, is it? I don't know, man. It's usually available when I start my stream at 11. A couple of people convinced you to play in open, and you have ever since. But keep in mind, man, keep in mind that last stream, people didn't like what we were doing, and they came here to defeat us. And they are winning that war. They came here to keep slavery on Project Simstarr Station. And if I was playing in open, and I said, "Oh yeah, well come and stop us," they would be shooting at me right now. And I need to make this clear. This part is not an intellectual exercise. I in no way want to fight another human being for any reason ever. I don't want to do it. So even if there's a 1% chance that somebody might shoot me out of the sky, that's a higher chance than I want to take. Not happy with it. I'm doing it today just because you guys were hungry for it. You guys wanted to see me in open. I'm in open. Yeah, if I played in open all the time, I would definitely get shot. And the downside of it is that I might get shot by somebody who's not in the stream. At least if they go to my private instance, they would know. But yeah, it's about not wanting to PvP under any circumstance. And I'm not alone. I'm not alone in that. I don't want to play PvP. So why would I play in a PvP open server? Why would I even do that?
Landing complete. You may alight when ready.
Woo, it's hot out here. I am stopping at a good time. Oh my goodness.
On your approach to the facility, Commander. We assure you we are doing our utmost to eradicate these individuals.
That's me. I'm one of the individuals you're trying to eradicate. Okay. You might stay up and see if the update hits within half an hour. It might. You hope YouTube does well because you hate Twitch. Yeah, YouTube does great. I'm glad that you're here on YouTube. It actually pays me more, so I like YouTube. But Twitch has a certain mentality which makes it fun. There's more of a mess with the streamer kind of attitude there. They're not doing it today because I'm bitching and moaning the whole stream about not wanting to get messed with. But Twitch has its advantages as well, which is why I'm dual streaming on it. I personally am a YouTube guy. I don't really do Twitch myself. Updates are different than the maintenance power play tick on Thursday, but we'll see. Well, every time they've done an update, it's been available for me by 11, so. You still think there's a chance we'll win? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. There's no way to tell in real time, but the war is still active, so if you guys want to join one way or another, you can. I tossed in the towel when real people decided that messing with me would be funny. I hope it was funny for you, but it was a miserable experience for me. And the only thing I've learned is not to try. So slavery will stay on the station. Okay, who's got a friend request? Oh, it's you. Welcome to Kasha Gaming. Welcome. Okay, we are done, you guys. We did deliver to these stations. I finally contributed to my own system. And now it is time to find somebody to hand over to. Oh, is it banana time? Never mind, guys. It's banana time. This banana is warm. Oh, that's funny. What is banana time? Banana time is when I eat a banana for you guys. I know that's what some of you guys are here for. I know some of y'all are into it. And that's okay. I think I've made it very clear today that I'm not here to judge. Here, let me give you some more grippers. We have those too. We'll go back. I need one more song. Warm space banana. All right. Customization. Let's go. Let's see. What shirt am I wearing today? Oh, it's a space shuttle. Strax is here. He's not really doing elite though. No, he's the only one here. Oh, you know what? You know what? Let's go ahead and add him. I'm sending you YouTube guys over to a guy that we've been to before. He's pretty cool. And let's take a look and see where we can go. Oh, probably Gentle Berserker, actually. I don't like handing to the same person. I don't like handing over to the same person over and over again because I think it creates an unfair power dynamic. However, Gentle Berserker is in our system right now, fighting the fight you guys have been talking about this whole time, right? So, well, gotta type it in manually, really? There he is. He's in our system, continuing the fight. So handing over to him makes the most sense to me. So that is what we are doing now. Welcome, Claudia. Unfortunately, you're here right when it's time for us to go. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. What have you guys been saying? I would get back to building and deal with the BGS. So, yeah, we're building our stations out, and then we're going to move on to operations. This is over one way or another. I just wish it was settled 4 days ago, one way or another. What is a gripper? I can't tell what you think it is. A gripper is your feet, son. You show your feet for money on the internet, and I show my grippers for free because it's so hot out here. I can't wear shoes. It is 93 degrees out here right now. That's in freedom units. But yeah, I have started the raid on both sides, so I'm going to sign off. Let's go ahead and do the sign off thing. Make sure to look out for yourselves. It is important, especially now. If you see somebody that could use a little bit of help them out. Doesn't hurt anything to do that. Don't forget to drink your water. Never punch down, but punch up if you're at all able. And I will see you guys next time. You have a good day. I will see you either tomorrow or the next day. We'll see after this meeting. Thanks again for joining me, you guys. You have a good day. 07 and bye.